Good afternoon once again to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you joining us via our YouTube channel ParlView or via our website www.ttparliament.org. We're just a few seconds away from the resumption of the proceedings of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives. Already today, the SFC has completed the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. They're currently contemplating the Ministry of Public Utilities, and if things go according to plan, we'll also have the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, the Ministry of Tourism, and the Office of the Prime Minister today. So we return to the Parliament chamber now for the continuation of the proceedings of the Standing Finance Committee.
All rise for the Deputy Chair.
Good evening, members. We resume after our brief tea break. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 293. 004, statutory bodies, page 293. Honorable Shogunas West.
Thank you, Chair. After that rushed tea break, there is a reduction by 452,475,000 of the transfer to the Water and Sewerage Authority. Could the Honourable Minister explain that through you, Mr. Deputy Chair?
Yes, that is arrears paid to the 433 million. Plus, we had a reduction in staff due to the excellent work in the Water and Sewerage Authority of 40 million and reduction in overtime of 15.9 million. That is what add up to the 452 million.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Water and Sewerage Authority, subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 197. General Administration, page 197. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 197. 001, General Administration, page 197. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 198. 001, General Administration. Shogunas West, member.
002, Goods and Services. We there?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Water trucking. I see there is a reduction in water trucking by $1 million. Could the Honourable Minister explain that reduction?
Could you give me these?
It is item number 68, line item 68.
That was a Ministry of Finance adjustment that we would have to adjust ourselves to do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, with the reduction in line 68, and I want to come to 69 after, will this reduction impact upon communities like Kamuto Manzanillo that sometimes require truck water on a regular basis?
No, it did not impact on that. We'll adjust to make sure that all communities are dealt with equitably.
And on 69, item 69, the road reinstatement, would North Oropouche Road be included in this estimate here?
Sure. Is the work in North Oropouche Ministry of Works or repair work being done by WASA?
Well, WASA is in fact laying pipes on the North Oropouche Road all the way down, and I know that there was a commitment.
Yes, then there'll be a...
But the commitment was there, so I need the commitment from the line
Yes,
minister.
there'll be
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 198. 001, general administration, page 198. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 198. 007, households, page 198. Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Chair. I don't want to bring about a gender change here.
I'm a gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. There's a series of matters of interest on various loans. I know that the facilities from dealing from the settlement of claims to 06 interest on overdraft, 07 principal, 09 and 12, 13, 14, 15, a series of interest on loan repayments. Could the Honorable Minister provide for us a listing of those loans, the purposes of those loans, and when the principal will be repaid? I do expect him to have that available, but we will want to get that because we get a sense of, and it goes on to the other page, up in item 56.
Honorable Minister, we have your commitment to provide the information in writing.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 119, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, pages 119 to page 122. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 123.
No.
Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
No. I just want to know what page, because we sometimes when we look through the fine, I am on page 119.
Right. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, pages 119 to 122.
Okay, good.
So 119.
Yeah, 119, Mr. Deputy Chair, National Street Lighting Program. I see that there is a reduction in the allocation from 6 million in 2015 and 2016 to 1 million.
Line item 581, Honorable Minister. A reduction there.
Yes, we saw resource management. This involves installation of 150 and 250 street lights, associated fittings, and replacement of the electricity poles. The reduction in cost it's an ongoing program, and we'll adjust the suit in terms of the continuation of the program.
Member Shogunas West again.
Yeah. What is exactly item 583, Development of Disaster Preparedness Capabilities in TNTEC? an allocation of $2 million.
Yeah. TNTech purchased 10 mobile generators to be used in case of national disasters, or in case there's a breakdown in the electricity, that they can go and provide electricity to the immediate area.
Okay.
Member Shimonas West.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I just want to get a sense of how the minister is thinking. There is a generator license program
Yes, it is.
that you sign all the time.
Yes.
And that there is a cost, a fee associated with that when you sign it. And that perhaps is another element of disaster preparedness.
No.
No. Let me explain. Because when the private sector has generating capacity, when TNT goes down, it is a disaster for them. They have that available. Could you provide for us the quantum of monies that is collected on an annual basis from the generating licenses generated by your by that process where you sign off and provide licenses to various elements of the private sector?
Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Put that in writing.
Provide that in writing.
Yes.
So how many generation licenses you have, and what is the cost of that, and the annual fee that is associated with that?
Right, so we have that commitment to produce in writing. Again,
Yep.
Shogunas West.
Lighting of parks and recreational grounds, you have a $2 million in 2017. Now, there are in the context of the crime that is taking place and the high levels of crime, and we are not seeking to blame allocation here, but a lot of communities utilize their recreational parks and grounds. In my own constituency, you have two grounds, Youngsters Ground and Green Park, in which the luminaires, the lights are very, very poor, so that therefore there's need for upgrade in those matters, and we have written to TNTech on this matter, so I'd expect some activity. But I think that, Minister, as you seek to manage your entity, perhaps this is an area in which you can place some much more focus.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Kumuto Manzelina. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 581, in the National Street Lighting Program, I found that in my constituency, they have been stealing the light bulbs. I understand, I've been told that contractors come and remove it in order to put into their own development. Is there anything, and it has been brought to the ministry's attention, is there anything in place to prevent this theft of street lights, because it is impacting really negatively upon the community?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
The lights that TNTech put to the poles have serial numbers so that they can be traced. That's one way of finding out if any contractor is utilizing the TNTech lighting by other means. But there's no security system to police all the street lights that we have throughout the country, in terms of people going up there and taking out the light bulbs.
Okay. I know it's a serious cost, and that's why I thought maybe there was something that would be, see that we are moving in technology at such a fast rate. Coming to line item 589, illumination of public spaces, I'm seeing that there isn't anything assigned there. Is there any reason why? Is it absorbed somewhere else?
Honorable Minister.
In terms of the illumination of public spaces, we are revising the policy that will result in a more strategically located illumination of the spaces. As again, TNTech is looking at the changing of the light bulbs going to LED. So the whole is being reviewed and to deal with that. So the reduction in cost is something that we will be able to adjust to.
Right.
Member for Carney East.
Item 5, TNTech Renewable Energy Initiative. The thrust of your government has been stated. You want to move into renewable energy as well. It seems from that allocation there is not enough initiative on the part of TNTech to move into that renewable energy aspect. Can you comment on that?
This is in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy. So this will be able to adjust as the year goes on.
So you, from TNTEC's perspective, you would not have any major development program for renewable energy, but you would leave it to the Ministry of Energy
It is in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy that has $15 million allocated to that.
for their, and so your contribution is nominal to that
Nominal,
aspect.
yes.
Okay, Minister of Energy, want to contribute?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you would recall, when you examined the allocation for the Ministry of Energy, we have $15 million put into the PSIP specifically to deal with renewable energy, and we did identify waste energy as the first measure that we would be doing. So the bulk of the expenditure on this would be coming out from the Ministry of Energy.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
I have two concerns. 591, additional transmission infrastructure to move power from TGU to national grid. There is a revised estimate of $20 million. My concern, and at 2017, there is the revised estimate, there's an estimate of $3 million. My concern is that the movement of that power into the national grid from TGU is very important, and whether the allocation of $3 million is sufficient. And just hold that question. And the second question with respect to 597, item 5, expansion of generating capacity in Tobago for at $40 million. I know that it is the new 20 megawatt diesel generator at the Cove Power Plant, $40 million. I would like to find out, Mr. Deputy Chairman, through you, that the current provider of those power plants, Wärtsilä, there are a series of litigation and TNTEC has a problem with that provider. I hope we don't make the same mistake again in that area.
Honorable Minister.
And whether the minister is aware that there are certain litigation concerns that TNTEC has with the provider Wärtsilä.
Yes, I'm aware that TNTEC has problems with Wärtsilä, but they have put it out to tender in terms of the power generation in Tobago.
And the first question with regards to line item 591 is the 3 million estimated. Is it sufficient?
Yes,
with
it's
regards to,
sufficient because it's a work in progress. Gandhi Power Station in Separia, Pinal, the Ring Road is to come on stream as part of bringing the power from TGU onto the national grid. So it's a work in progress.
Just dealing with
West.
thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Just dealing with the power requirements, Minister, I brought it to your attention in the debate in paragraph 224, 225 of the Public Sector Investment Program. They said that the generating capacity will increase from 1,400 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts in 2018, and I thought that you might want to correct that because obviously it is an error.
I'll look at it.
Okay, noted. Member for Carney South, you still have a question?
Couva South.
Couva South, you still have a
Yes,
question?
sir.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. With respect to lighting of parks and recreational grounds and so on, could the minister tell us what is his ministry's policy in relation to going forward with this particular issue? For example, there are two grounds in Couva South 3, the Bukaru Recreation Ground, the Esperanza Recreation Ground, and the Windsor Park Recreation Ground. If you could advise us probably going forward, what is the policy and the approach in lighting of these grounds?
The projects division of the Ministry of Public Utilities works in conjunction with TNTEC, and when a request comes, they process it, and they go out and they do an examination, and based on this, and the cost, etc., a decision is made as to the lighting of parks and recreation grounds.
Yes. Just a follow-up, because I heard you indicate, Minister, that when a request comes in that you would acknowledge it and so on.
Yes, I do.
Well, I have written to you on behalf of the three grounds that I referred to, and up till now, I have not received an acknowledgement.
Okay. Member for Carney East.
Of the power generating unit on Wrightson Road in Port of Spain.
What line item, sir?
591.
Honorable member.
591, additional transmission infrastructure to move power from TGU to national grid. Where would that generation be taken up now in terms of that having been stopped on Wrightson Road? And now, are you just not bothering with that amount of kilowatts would have been generated from there, or you now going to service the Port of Spain area and so on with something from the grid?
Honorable Minister.
As you are well aware, TGU provided more power than TNTEC could have used. So the closure of the power gen plant at Port of Spain in no way affects the power that comes from TGU. What we are concentrating on is how we get that power onto the national grid. And the opening of the Gandhi power station is one area of bringing that onto the grid. The loss of power gen at this point in time will not affect the electricity output in Trinidad and Tobago.
But would it put the northern area into high risk if the plant down in south, for some unfortunate reason, ceases to produce the electricity, whereas in the north here, that power generating unit could have continued?
Honorable Minister.
We are creating redundancy with power lines both at Bamboo and in terms of Barataria, so that the power will be able to come into the northern area.
Thank you.
Member for Shigonas West.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Chairman, with respect to the power generation facility, power gen at Wrightson Road, Minister, do you have a sense of the cost of the environmental remediation required for that plant?
Minister? That power gen falls under the Ministry of Energy, not under the Ministry of Public Utilities. Okay.
And not just that. I think we've gone through this before, Mr. Deputy Chairman and Mr. Chairman. We are still undecided as to what we're going to do with the Port of Spain site. Okay. But Minister, you will recall that in 1994, those turbines were very old. It was contracted to be replaced, but they were refurbished. And you're dealing with very old, inefficient. So no, therefore, that's not. Maybe I gave the wrong impression.
Yeah.
Let's be kind to you, rather than you misunderstanding. Either we will rebuild a brand new plant at the Port of Spain site, or at some other location in North Trinidad. Okay. The intention is not to try and repair the old machines.
Yeah, Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse.
Correct. All right.
Right. Members.
Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse.
Carney East.
You don't know. He just come.
Carney East.
All that machinery that is existing at the moment will become scrap metal pretty shortly if nothing is done to it. What will happen with that site? Would it be left as an eyesore, being left to...
Well, you are making your own comment, Honorable Member.
I'm asking what will happen to it then.
Me answer
Minister
that.
of Finance.
I said now for the third time, the government has not made a decision as to what it's going to do with the location of a power plant in North Trinidad. But under no circumstances would we be attempting to reuse the old scrap iron at Colville Street. Okay, so that has to be disposed of.
Okay.
Okay, for the third time.
For Shigonas
What did you
West.
say the fourth time?
Shigonas West.
All right.
Right. Page 120, members. Go ahead, Member for Shigonas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Item 003, Postal Code on S42 Addressing System. There is an allocation of $1 million. What is the status of this coding system?
Honourable Minister.
That is giving Trinidad a zip code,
Yeah.
like internationally, and pilot project was done in Arima, I think Point Fontaine, and it's a work in progress.
Yeah, my question to you is that when will the zip coding of the twin island of Trinidad and Tobago with a population of 1.3 million be completed?
Honourable Minister.
The completion date was September 2017. Is September 2017.
Good.
Right, page 1.
No, I'm still.
Shigonas West.
Yes. I have a question on the, have we procured the automated sorting machine
Member,
for TT Post?
Honorable Minister.
That's number 15.
Number 015.
That is going out to tender.
So I see that there is an estimate of 3 million in 2016, and there is an estimate of 1 million
27.
in 2017. Given the procurement rules of the public sector, is this sufficient for to go to tender on the basis of this 1 million?
Yes, it is sufficient.
Shogunas West again. Member.
Dealing with page 121.
121. Proceed.
Major water sources. Minister, could you give us an indication of whether the following projects at 002, design and construction of a new clear well at El Socorro Waterworks, whether that is completed, the construction of the Avocat wells, the upgrade of the Carlson Field water treatment plant, the upgrade of Cora water treatment plant, design and installation of the Guanapo reservoir, all these projects from 02 to 018. Could you provide us with a sense of the status? I see 012 to 018 as new projects, so that prior to that, the status of those projects.
Minister, you could provide information now? All right, proceed.
Yeah, but we can provide in writing.
Okay.
But I can give him, in terms of El Socorro Waterworks, the expenditure phase is complete, and we are testing the commissioning of the waterworks.
Yeah, that would have been in progress for quite a while.
Yes. In terms of Advocate, the allocation is keeping with the implementation plan. That is a work in progress. It's ongoing. In terms of Carson Field, the same, it's keeping with the plan. In terms of Guanapo Service Reservoir, that is being implemented. So too with Mount Hope Lift Station, and in terms of Tobago. In terms of Tobago, Hillsborough,
No, you're going ahead in a minute, so you're going ahead.
I went ahead of you.
You're
Sorry
going,
about
yeah,
that.
you're going ahead.
So it's up to 018.
Yeah. The,
Okay. An additional question?
Yeah,
Shogunas West?
with respect to this. The upgrade of the distribution system in Tobago is very amorphous. Could you give us a sense of what areas that this upgrade going to take place? You don't need to, if you have it, you can provide it now. And
We'll give it that in writing.
okay. Strategic priority, Santa Cruz pipeline. I see that there is no allocation 2017. I take in that project is completed.
Close to completion.
Okay.
You okay, Honorable?
Yes, I'm fine.
Member for Kumutu Manzilina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 018. I see it's a new project for booster station, but I don't see anything in formally for booster station for Tamina Hill, and I understand that has already been approved and everything. And can you shed some light, please, on when it will be in fact booster at Tamina Hill? I'm not seeing it here. I'm seeing a new one, a new line item for Calvary Hill. It's not my constituency.
Member, you created your own line item?
No, I just want, we're talking about the booster.
Booster. Minister, you care to give a quick response?
I'll have to get that information from you.
Thank you.
It's not a line item.
They didn't cater to answer that question today, member.
Thank you. On behalf of my constituency, thank you.
Member for Shogunas West again.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. The Minister spoke about the desilting and rehabilitation of Hillsborough Dam in Tobago. Minister, just by way of history, there has been an allocation for this desilting for over 2 decades in the vicinity between 1 to 10 million on an annual basis. So that I want to know, the desilting is absolutely necessary. By way of history, we attempted to work with the THA with a view to bringing about this desiltation of this dam. You have to do it in the rainy season whilst there's sufficient water in the system so as to allow for production. THA was working with me, but they had a financial issue. So the point I'm making is that how you intend to achieve this desiltation of Hillsborough with an allocation of 8 million.
Members, we are now on page 122, line item 002. Honorable Minister.
The intention is to purchase equipment to do the silting of Hillsborough Dam in-house, and that equipment would also be used to do the silting in other dams throughout Trinidad as well.
And the 8 million is sufficient for that?
For this fiscal year. If it continues into the next fiscal year, then we'll seek additional funding.
This
Member Shigonis West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The upgrade of the Maloney water treatment plant, what is the nature of that?
That is ongoing maintenance dealing with the present plant. There was a aged IDB loan to upgrade the plant, but it was felt that the cost did not allow for, it was not cost effective to do upgrade of the plant. So that money was transferred to the Cove and Tobago, and this is just to maintain the plant that's in existence in Maloney at this point in time.
But my recollection, and you could guide me, Minister, my recollection is it was for the Maloney wastewater treatment plant, and that the bids that came in some 19 million US higher than the monies allocated for the Maloney wastewater treatment plant. And it was necessary to go back to the IDB and to go back to the government with a view to getting additional monies. What are you telling me? You're saying that on this line item that the monies were transferred to the Cove with the IDB, and this upgrade of the Maloney water treatment plant at $500,000 is what is taking place?
Yes, that is error on my part between the wastewater plant and the water treatment plant. This is the Maloney water treatment plant, which is just the $500,000 is just to do maintenance as the case may be, get chemicals as the case may be.
I'm here to guide you.
Thanks for that clarity, Minister. And Shigonis West, your mic is still on. You have another?
I'm going ahead.
Okay. Item number 004, social infrastructure, page 123. Item 0. You're on 004?
Yeah, I am on 004 C, Welfare Services, 02, Resident Electrification Assistance Program. We on the same?
Right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Page 122.
There is an allocation of $2 million for the Residential Electrification Assistance Program. I would like to find out the number of persons accessing this program and the criteria for accessing this program, and on an annual basis.
Minister, you could provide that information.
I will have to provide that information from in writing.
Okay, honorable member, it will be provided. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 124 to 126. Member for Shigonis West, identify the page.
I'm at page 124, and I'm at 045, establishment of a water resource agency. There's an allocation of 8 million. Could the minister indicate, and I have several questions to follow subsequently on various line items, Mr. Deputy Chairman. 8 million allocation, what is this money going to be used for? And if the minister does not have that information, could you put it in writing, please?
Honorable Minister.
As I cannot give you the breakdown, but that is to separate the Water Service Authority from the Water Resources Authority. I said we have hired a consultant, or in the process of hiring a consultant to do public consultations as we move towards dealing with the water management of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. But
Member for Shogunas West.
can you provide the details of that consultancy so that our terms and conditions, so we can get an appreciation? Because if it is 8 million going to produce paper, we have a concern.
Well, the 8 million not just only to produce paper, is the acquisition of land and the construction of accommodation, a 10,000 square foot building with staff, transition plans, enhancement of the monitoring works. As you would realize, there would have to be a transfer of resources, a transfer of both material resources and human resource from WASA to the Water Resources Authority. So the $8 million is what we require to use during the course of this year to bring this into being.
Yeah. Could you, Honourable Minister, through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, provide that in writing so we can get a core clinical appreciation of the allocation and the utilization of this allocation?
We have that commitment, Mr. Minister. Right. Shogunas West again.
Item 047, the development of an integrated water security program for Tobago, $1 million. What exactly is this going to provide?
Honourable Minister.
Again,
Minister of Public Utilities.
we realize that Tobago, because of El Nino, has an extended dry season, drought conditions. So this $1 million is part of the looking at water security for Tobago to improve the governance structure of the water sector, address the dynamics of water consumption, take into account the range of economic activities. In Tobago, we are going on a well program to look to expand the wells for water. We are looking to bring in a desalination plant, plus we are looking in terms of the groundwater in terms of Colon and other areas that and the desilting of Hillsborough Dam. So we're looking at the entire water situation in Tobago, and we're looking at the security of water in Tobago.
My point, Minister, is that you could pay yourself $500,000 because you just outlined the integration of the various elements to create this integrated water security. You have the desalination component, you have the bedrock drilling for the wells, you have the desiltation of Hillsborough.
You don't need to repeat it, member.
You don't need.
Any question?
You don't need, what I'm saying, you don't need to go that route. Okay.
Security.
Okay.
You're satisfied, member?
Item 049.
049.
Development of a water supply drought management plan. Is this for Trinidad or Tobago, or is it for both islands?
Honourable Minister.
Trinidad and Tobago. Because we too are under the El Nino effect, not as severe as Tobago, but we are also having our water problems.
Okay, and 051, development of a water supply management plan.
Minister.
One is dealing with drought, and one is dealing with the management of the supplying of water. We realize that distribution of water is a very serious issue, especially in northern Trinidad, where the disruption of the old infrastructure in terms of leakages, as the case may be, is causing hardships to citizens by interrupting their water supply. So this is dealing with a plan to ensure that the citizens get an adequate and persistent water supply.
Okay, and then of course 055, adopt and implement integrated water resources management. $1 million allocated for that.
And that's a new project that we're looking to the entire
I saw a new project.
Integrated water.
Yeah, but Minister, I would just want you to cast your mind back to 2004, a process that began in 1999 with DHV Consultants, a Dutch company, and in 2002 it was put out for public comment on integrated water resource management strategy. However, I have noticed this 8 million, 1 million, 500,000, 1 million, 1 million, 8 into 10, 11.5 million in a various paper projects. I call it paper projects, in other words, is intellectual knowledge translated into paper. I would like to find out what is the procurement process for projects 45, 47, 49, 51, and 55. What is the procurement process that is going to be used to get these various projects for the benefit of the utility sector?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, this will be done to advertisement, putting out for RFPs, as the case may be, as necessary.
Could the
To be
minister
transparent.
undertake to provide that in writing for us?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay. Page 125. Page, Member for Chaguanas West.
Could the minister update us at meteorological under 003, procurement of a fully configurable international civil aviation organization compliant automated airport weather system? Could you provide us with the status of this project?
That is being installed at Piaco right now, presently.
Should be completed by now.
Minister,
Is it completed?
No, it's not completed as yet. It's in progress.
in progress.
But there is no allocation for 2017.
Well, all the equipment have been purchased already. It's just for the completion of the work.
Member for Chaguanas West again.
I'd like to find out, I am on page 126.
126 members. Line item.
Line item, sanitary services, the rehabilitation of the Guanapo landfill, phase 1, construction of a leachate treatment plant. There is an allocation of 1 million. Could the Honorable Minister give us an estimate in 2017? Could you give us an appreciation of the status of that?
This
project?
is also under the IDF.
No, but tell me now.
Yeah. So this is just portion of the funds allocated for this project.
No, but no, there is an allocation, Minister, through you, Deputy Chair. There is an allocation. I'd like to find out how far have we progressed with respect to this project, or is it now going to start?
No, this is an ongoing project that involves leachate pools and the processing of the leachate into to be able to get back into the environment. So it's a work in progress.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the Guanapo River, as you would know, is the principal source of the Caroni River. It has pristine waters, but for this Guanapo landfill, so that therefore this leachate prevention from seeping into the water supply is critically important to the quality of water in the Caroni system, and also very important for the health of this population. So I would really like to get an update in writing of the status of this project.
Certainly.
Okay, we have that commitment, Mr. Minister. Right. Members page. Okay. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 305 of the same booklet. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, page 305 and 306. Member for Chaguanas West again.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Deputy Chairman. I think that there's some repetition because we have done with some of the Caroni, South Trunk Main, and so on. But with respect to major water sources, I'd like the Honourable Minister to indicate to us through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, what is the status of the Mamoral Dam as a major source of water? That too historically has been part of the PSIP program for over 2 decades, and it is not mentioned in any way in this project, in this document.
Honourable Minister.
That's not a line item, so I'll have to provide information, details.
Because just by way of your knowledge, Mr. Minister, there was a collaboration between the Drainage Department in the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and the Water and Sewage Authority that because of the creation of this sinkhole, that it would take something like 220-something million cubic meters of water, and that therefore it would prevent the flooding in the Caparo River Basin, but it would also provide an irrigation component and a water treatment component out of this naturally occurring dam. And that was the project between drainage. WASA would do the treatment process. So it's something for you to look at.
Thanks for that information, Honorable Member.
Yeah.
Right, but we have the commitment, it will be provided in writing. Right, Member? Page 306. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 307.
No,
I'm
in 306. I've been disturbed by my good friend, the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
I'm not too sure about that. I cannot let that enter the record, sir. Proceed. I'll give you the opportunity, member.
Tobago Well Development, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Line item 010.
I'd like to find out in what areas you're continuing the well development program and whether it is the deep water bedrock wells you're drilling.
I'll have to provide that.
Provide in writing? Okay.
Yeah. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the rehabilitation of the Scarborough wastewater treatment plant, $5 million. I'd like to find out what exactly is this rehabilitation? Is this merely a refurbishment of the Scarborough, or is it dealing with the IDB grant, where you currently only have 11, or you have 8 people connected to the Scarborough wastewater treatment plant, and you have 11 people outside of the plant, and we got a IDB grant funding in order to bring people into the Scarborough wastewater treatment plant. So what is this rehabilitation? Is it a refurbishment? What is it?
This project entails the refurbishment of the activated sludge system at the Scarborough wastewater treatment plant. The plant was designed to meet the requirements of water pollution rules.
To meet the designs of what?
It is to improve the wastewater service in Tobago, which has positive impact on the wastewater discharge. So we're treating the activated sludge system at the Scarborough wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
Honorable members, the question is that my apologies. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 307. Just for the records, I needed to get that line in. Yes. And you still have
records. I have a question.
You're going to it also. All right, you're going to West.
The sanitary services 002, the phase closure and rehabilitation program of landfill sites and the establishment of a new sanitary engineered landfill, $2 million. Could the minister expand on this as to what is the phase program, whether it incorporates Beetham and Forest Park or Guanapo? What is this phase program? Or is it that you're going to have $2 million to do an analysis and what is required to bring about the phased program?
Minister?
We are looking at the 3 landfills, both Beetham, Guanapo, and
Forest Park.
Right? The intention is to create, in conjunction with the Ministry of Rural Development and the Ministry of Energy, waste-to-energy plant at the Beetham, and they will become transfer stations, eventually to have a state-of-the-art landfill at Forest Park. Guanapo, as you're quite right, because of the leachate problem, would be a plant that would cease to exist in the future. So it's the beginning of the process, looking at that would involve consultancies, would involve engaging the population in terms of the entire, looking at the landfill sites as well. And also we're looking at recycling, the whole process in terms with the Ministry of Rural Development, looking at beginning recycling at the source. Already there is a plant at Guanapo that is dealing with the recycling of the waste and separating the waste, but that is at the site. We now need to start at the source. So this is beginning of a process that would see a total re-engineering of waste management in Trinidad and Tobago.
Just one more question.
Shogunus West.
And I'm going to crave your indulgence because it slipped me. The provision of water to Labitco for the Caribbean gas chemical plant. What is the decision on that?
Are we going back to...
No, but that's a national decision. It's important for the national community. It is line item
You went back to what page,
06.
Honorable?
06 is the same page. 06. 006. Water supply to Labitco and Union Industrial Estate. How are you going to proceed on that?
No, but remember, wait, 1 second. What page, please? Because you have gone back. What page?
Yeah. It is page 305. No, it's the last question I'm asking. No, I'm trying that. It's an important national question.
No, but you have been on top of things all day,
No, but
member.
you see, yeah, I mean, generally, but you have, I'm 99% right, so if you get...
No, but you,
No, but it's important for the national community. We answer that question. No. I've been trying.
Member, Minister, you care to give a feedback? You'll put it in writing?
Yeah, I'll put it right in here.
You'll put it in writing.
I'm guided by my finances.
Honorable members, okay. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,867,909,500 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,867,909,500 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Mr. Honorable Minister. I thank you, Permanent Secretary, and all the other technocrats from your various organizations.
I would just like to thank the staff at the Ministry of Public Utilities and also at the various utilities throughout Trinidad and Tobago for their hard work in getting us ready for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks for coming. Do have a good evening. Now I'd like to move on to Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. And as the technocrats and the minister get into place, we'd like to welcome the technocrats and senior executives from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Welcome. Also welcome to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61. Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, $1,112,107,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is responsible for the formulation and execution of government's policy in relation to the housing and urban development sectors. The Ministry operates as facilitator in the implementation of these policies through its various units and affiliated agencies. The Ministry's core areas of responsibility include government subsidized housing, monitoring and evaluation of housing trends and markets in the country, home improvement grants and subsidies, regularization of tenure and housing for squatters, land settlement, urban development. The Ministry has two main units that provide direct services to the citizenry. They are the Housing Policy Facilitation and Implementation Unit. This unit administers the Home Improvement Grant Program to eligible persons. The Home Improvement Grant Program provides a $15,000 grant to successful applicants for approved repair works, and the Program Monitoring and Coordinating Unit, which implements the Neighborhood Upgrade Program, a $50 million US loan program agreement between the IDB and the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The neighborhood upgrade program's main objective has been to improve the living and housing conditions of low and middle income persons through infrastructural upgrades to squatter settlements, providing home improvement subsidies, and facilitating incremental construction or purchase of affordable quality housing. There are also 8 affiliated organizations which are mandated to implement and promote the ministry's policies, plans, programs, and projects. These are Housing Development Corporation, the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee, Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Committee Company Limited, the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, the Land Settlement Agency, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, Eastside Plaza, and New City Mall. Deputy Chairman, with specific regard to the housing sector, the ministry and its agencies focus on increasing home ownership through the Accelerated Housing Program and the Home Construction Subsidy. The ministry also focuses on maintaining the country's housing stock through the provision of home improvement grants, subsidies, and the HDC's Rehabilitation and Refurbishment Program. One of the ministry's other main responsibilities is to improve the living conditions through infrastructural development, and this is done through the LSA and SILWIC. The ministry's urban development portfolio, which is spearheaded primarily by UDCOT, focuses on developing urban centers in the context of economic and sustainable development. Lastly, Deputy Chairman, the ministry also spearheads the urban regeneration project, which is conducted through the East Port of Spain Development Company, Eastside Plaza, and New City Mall. Deputy Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable members, the sum of $1,112,107,000 Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,112,107,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $1,112,107,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 375. Item 001, General Administration, page 375. And I recognize the member for Appropriation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Chairman. Just to begin with a very minor question on minor equipment purchases, 03, page 374.
No. We are on personal expenditure, first of all.
01 first.
Which is 01, 375.
Okay, well,
Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 376. Item 001, General Administration. We are now on page 376. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 378. Item 001, General Administration, page 378.
If I could,
Appropriation.
just to get an appraisal of the expenditure on minor equipment purchases.
Item number?
Number 03, page 378. The increase, there's an increase here of what appears to be $885,000 plus. If we can just get an explanation of the reason for that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If I can start with vehicles. There's an increase of $670,000. The ministry plans during this fiscal period to purchase 2 vehicles. 2 vehicles. Under office equipment, there's an increase of $127,000. During this fiscal, the ministry has plans to purchase a copier machine and a number of adding machines. And under furniture and furnishings, the ministry has plans to purchase some ergonomic chairs.
Member for Kearney East.
377, line item 08, rent lease, office
No, member,
accommodation.
no,
and
we haven't
storage.
gone to that page as yet, member.
Oh, I thought it reached 408.
We're in 378.
Yeah. Right, Urupuch East.
On 376 page,
No, we're on page 378, member.
or 378. You moved that, my colleague was asking something on 376.
No, members. We have a policy, we have adopted a policy approach on how we are handling the situation. I call the page, right? I look up, we identify, and then we move on. We went through the procedure, so we are now on Urupuch East on page 378.
Could I then ask, I'll continue. I'm at current transfers and subsidies, Trinidad and
Right,
Tobago
okay,
housing.
I'll now call that item. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 378.
Thank you very much. The Trinidad and
Item
Tobago
009, other transfers.
other transfers. Looking at 04, of course, current transfers and subsidies. And looking at the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation, in 2015, we had an actual of 390 million plus. There was an estimate 2016 for 565 plus million. The estimate was revised downward to 423. That is over $140 million less. And the estimate for 2017 is indeed less, 354. I'm asking the minister to indicate to us the reason for the downward estimation in 2016 by $140 million. The reason why it was down, there was a downward revised estimate in 2016. And Mr. Deputy Chairman, I intend to address the Minister of Housing alone.
No, members, go ahead, finish your
Yes,
question.
and I'm looking at 2017, a further reduction of 354 million to 354 million. My question to the Minister of Housing is the reason for the downward revision 2016, and I would like to get an estimation from him as to what percentage or what quantum of these monies were actually spent. And I would like also to ask the Minister on the same issue, if he can give us an account of monies spent to pay large-scale contractors, a breakdown of the monies paid to large-scale contractors in 2016. And I'm talking about payments to contractors of over $20 million. If he would give us a breakdown of the monies paid for work, the bills paid over $20 million to large-scale contractors for fiscal 2016.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Well, just to deal with the last question first, the payment to large-scale contractors, that is treated with under the IDF.
Okay.
This treats with the subvention and really deals with the recurrent expenditure. With respect to the reduction in the subvention this year, there is a present thrust across all of government to reduce the recurrent expenditure. Under my management, the HDC is pursuing relentlessly operational efficiencies and effectiveness. So we have to make do with this amount of monies.
Okay. And a question in the same area.
Go ahead, Urupuch East.
There was an estimate for the new City Mall and the East Side Plaza. This was a new item included, I believe, in 2016. And first 5 million went to 4 million, and you have a 4 million again for 2017. Could you indicate whether any monies from this provision on recurrent, any monies were actually spent for both 06 and 07?
Minister.
Yeah, the Eastside Plaza and the New City Mall came under the Ministry of Housing in 2015. Previously, it was under the Ministry of Local Government, I believe. With respect to the amount of money spent in 2016, $3.6 million was spent under the Eastside Plaza, and under the New City Mall, $3.5 million was spent.
Thank you.
Urupuchi second.
Yeah.
Proceed.
And you're confirming that this was recurrent expenditure on both projects, 06 and 07?
Yes, this is a subvention.
Thank you.
Yes.
Member for Carney East.
Well, this incorporates, my question incorporates a lot on the whole question of UDCOT on the principal payment and
Line
interest
item?
payment. 01 to 23. All these have interest payment and
No,
principal
member,
payment.
you are moving on again.
All right.
All right. Okay, so therefore, if we have exhausted that item, we'll now go on to item 011, transfer to state enterprises, page 379. Carney East.
Chair, the some sub-item 01 to 23, there are a number of principal payments to principal payments and interest payments. Would the Ministry of Housing be able to indicate what is being owed across from number 1 to 23 in terms of what is principal payments?
Minister, you could
From
answer
number
that question based on all the items identified.
It's very lengthy. I can provide that in writing.
How much each one and where we
Yes.
reach in terms of the payment?
I have it here. I'll provide it in
Right,
writing.
the actual breakdown from 01 straight down to 23.
Yes.
All right, so that will be provided in writing.
Okay,
Member for Carney East.
right.
I recognize member for Chaguanas West. Okay. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 380. 004, statutory bodies, page 380.
On the matter of the land settlement
Member,
agency.
1 second. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Trinidad and Tobago House of Assembly, of the Tobago House of Assembly. 18, Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Fund Administration, page 445.
The question, page 445, of course.
Right.
On,
So we have the breakdown before us.
yeah, you're on personal expenditure or you're on goods and services or both?
Personal subhead 01, personal expenditure,
Sure.
page 445. Right, 001, general administration. Proceed, member for
Yeah.
Urupuchis.
I'm on page 445, goods and services.
Right, so no question on the
No.
first one? Okay,
Unless
so
another
subhead 02, goods and services, page 445. Proceed, member.
Contract employment number 16. Would the minister be kind enough to give us in writing, if it's possible, the status of contract employment in the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Fund, and to indicate those contracts that were not renewed during the fiscal 2016, and for what purpose? Thank you.
Minister, you will provide that
I
in
provide
writing,
that.
the question?
I provide it in writing.
Sure.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 446. 001, general administration, page 446. Member for Urupuch East, your mic is on.
Oh, sorry.
54, Land Settlement Agency, subhead 01, personnel expenditure, page 454. 001, general administration, on page 454. Subhead 02,
Yes.
goods and services, page 454. 001, general administration, page 454. Member for Urupuchis.
Yeah, could I repeat the question again to the Honourable Minister to provide in writing the status of contract employment at the LSA, those contracts that were not renewed during fiscal 2016, the purpose or reason for non-renewal of contracts at the LSA.
Yes.
Member? So that commitment will be in writing. Subhead? Okay, Kuva South?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. 4.3, security services. There's an increase of $992,000. Deputy Chair, could the Minister provide an explanation?
Honorable Minister?
Where are you? Security Services.
Security services, 4.3.
We are on page 454
Yeah.
454.
and line item 43, security services. You got the question, Honorable
Yes.
Minister?
Yes, this is for the contracting of police officers for demolition and social survey exercises.
Yeah, demolition of what?
Demolition of squatter structures.
Deputy Chair, I didn't get,
Minister,
is the Minister telling this meeting that the LSA is now embarking on a demolition of people's homes?
I didn't say that.
For the record,
Demolition
Could you
of-
clarify?
Member, okay, member, hold on. Honorable Minister, for the records. Proceed for the records.
Yeah. Demolition of unlawful structures, police officers, police security, and for social services, social survey exercises, as well as patrols for development sites to prevent squatters.
Member for Urupuchis.
Could I follow up on the matter? Could the Minister also commit in writing a list of structures and dwelling sites and their relative address demolished in fiscal 2016 by the LSA? And secondly, could the Minister also indicate whether the security services that will increase now would be to also secure lots of lands under the LSA that have been left abandoned throughout Trinidad?
Well, they have not been left abandoned, but in the meantime, we still need security services.
And the list of dwelling, this list of dwelling units and addresses demolished?
Advice on that.
From input?
Members, please. Right. Subhead.
Just to tie up this point, that the Minister is saying that he will seek legal advice as to whether or not to indicate to the Parliament the identity of dwelling houses which have been demolished and more
Member, you
likely
have
than
a
not in the
follow-up question?
newspapers.
Do you have a follow-up question?
Now, I just want to clarify.
Umutu
absolutely.
Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 43, I noted you indicated that security services included police officers. Are you referring to police officers in terms of the Ministry of National Security, or are you referring to a private security firm that you're looking to procure?
Both.
Okay, and what is the procurement process for the private, and also with the mention of having a shortage of police officers, would the police officers be able to handle the work that you'll have?
Honorable Minister.
I can provide the procurement policy in writing to you with respect to whether or not the police would be able to handle it. The police have been handling this for, as far as I can remember. The police does engage in private policing exercises.
I do agree, but we have had a surge in crime, so I mean things have changed dramatically from when we were in government.
Thanks for your comment, member. Member for Kuva South.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I see that there has been an increase in to $547,000.
Line item?
As it relates to line item 6.2, promotion, publicity, and printing. Given the policy just enunciated by the Minister, is the Minister printing more publications and so on in relation to advising citizens that their homes will be demolished and so on?
Minister?
For clarification, it's unoccupied structures that are being demolished. This increase is for media advertisements it's an anti-squatting campaign.
An anti-squatting campaign?
Yes.
Sub-item. Carney East, member for Carney East. Page 454 still?
No, all right, I'm advanced again.
Okay. Sub-item 03, minor equipment purchases, page 455. 001, general administration, page 455. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 455. I recognize the member for Couva South.
See, under 01, Deputy Chair, contract gratuities. There was a revised estimate of, in 2016, of $5.5 million. Could the minister provide a list of the persons who would have received this sum of money and the reason that they would have had to exit from the land settlement agency? And I see a sum of $912,000 for 2017. As a result of this, again, the number of people who would have been dismissed in 2016 and what is the projected number of people who will be dismissed in 2017?
Honorable Minister.
I'll provide it in writing.
Will be provided in writing.
Just on a point of clarification to the Honorable Minister, persons have been dismissed in 2016 and will be dismissed in 20.
Member, question, please. Okay, we'll move on. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 455. 009, other transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, page 165. Item 004, social infrastructure, pages 165 to 167. So we'll start with page 165, member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I noticed there's a new project here, 068, Orangefield Housing Development. I would ask the Minister just to tell us something about this new project, Orangefield Housing Development. I have several questions in this area.
Take them one at a time.
One at a time, so
Right.
I can ask that, yeah.
Honorable Minister, Orangefield.
These are infrastructural upgrades by Silwick. Infrastructural upgrades to the developments.
And that's one, and you're confirming there's $1 million for infrastructural upgrade in Orangefield Housing Development.
Yes.
Could I go to housing estates?
Yes, you can.
Yes. I notice, Minister, at 075, I just want to start, it's here. The actual in 2015 was 9.9. The estimate was 5 million. The revised was the same 5, and the estimate rose to 15 million. Do you have a sense of whether any money at all was spent on this area in 2016 fiscal, and why the increase of $10 million for 2017?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, the money was spent and totally the vote was expended. The increase is because we have a lot more rehabilitation works to do during this fiscal.
And could I also indicate, Minister, that there are several, under housing estates, there are several sub-items that have appeared before in the 2015 estimates. And I speak here of such matters as apartment complexes in East Port of Spain, refurbishment of electrical installation, remedial infrastructure work, apartment complexes in Port of Spain, park development and rehabilitation, refurbishment of basketball courts on HDC residential communities, retrofitting of HDC high-rise apartment buildings for health and safety, Minister, these are sub-items in 2015, 070072073074 are all left out of the current estimates. Is it that the ministry in 2017 will not be embarking upon any type of upgrade and repairs to apartment complexes, to refurbishing sporting facilities, basketball courts, to retrofitting HDC high-rise apartments, all which many, if not all, are in need of re-outfitting given the health and safety concerns in the aftermath of the Trumaka fire several
Thank you,
years
member.
ago.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, I can't speak to the 2015 estimates, but all those line items that you just mentioned will be taken care of under this one line item.
Member.
Minister, could I also indicate that by leaving it out as separate areas, you are also robbing each other of money because you will never be able to account.
Okay, member, it's a comment, not a question,
Please.
so I'll need to move to your colleague, Carney East. Member for Carney East.
Line item 232, housing grants. Would the minister be kind enough? Well, first of all, 2015 had an expenditure of approximately 25 million, and 2014, your estimate was 9.5 million. Could you indicate
Members,
to
I
us?
need to hear the member, please.
Could you
Proceed.
indicate to us, whether by writing, the housing grants per constituency across Trinidad and Tobago, how many grants were given across different constituencies? If you have any idea now, could you just give us a general answer to that?
Honorable Minister, you'll provide it in writing? Or
How many people would have benefited from it across different constituencies?
Yes.
Honorable Minister?
Yes.
Okay, will be provided in writing. Member for Point Up here.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To the Minister, item 070 under land development, Taruba Central Housing Development. $2 million is estimated there. Could he clarify what is happening in that particular development?
Yes. Under land development, 064 to 080, these are upgrading works to these communities under Silwick, under the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee.
Thank you.
Upgrading works such as box drains, pavements, and so on.
Member for Carney Central.
Just a couple of questions for you, Chair, to the Minister. I see from what you have here that this settlements program is continuing 232, 33, 232, 33. I just wanted to ask the Minister if I don't see it listed here, I'm not sure if it's elsewhere, the Arena Road project is on your list of projects.
Minister, Honorable Minister, Arena Road.
Arena Road. That is under the IDB program, but it's not listed here.
Okay, it's scheduled, I'm just asking.
Minister.
H002. I'll get that for you in writing.
Okay. And
Follow-up question?
Yeah, one more question. And the residential lots program, the land for the landless, this is continuing as a program for this year, fiscal 2017. I see you have 5 million allocated for it.
Honorable Minister.
There are ongoing works to development sites, so that 5 million will take care of those ongoing works. And to answer your previous question, the provision for that road is under H002, which is on the following page, under squatter settlements regularization.
Okay.
Member for Kumuto Manzalina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 233, 234. I see there are surveys of squatter sites and the residential lots program. I don't know if I missed it or I haven't come to it, but I don't see anything about containment, which I believe is the original mandate of LSA, the containment of squatting. Thank you.
I just spoke about containment with respect to the security amounts.
Okay, members, let's, I know it's almost 7 in the evening, so let's keep focus so that we don't, time is important.
I understand that you mentioned it from the security aspect, but there must be a policy aspect that goes with it, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm just making, clarifying.
There is a policy.
Sure. Orupuch West. Okay. Orupuch East, member.
Yeah, thank you very much. To the minister, as he spoke to the land, could the minister give the commitment to the House that the government will pursue the land for the landless program and policy?
That's item line 234.
234.
Right. He made a statement on it earlier.
No, he said that the money would be for land development, but I'm asking the minister to confirm that you have budgeted and you expect to spend $5 million on the program. Confirm, therefore, that you will pursue the policy and the program of land for the landless.
The policy and the program of land for the landless is under review.
Oh, it's under review, so there's no...
There's no commitment.
There's no commitment. That's fine.
Member for
Could I
Cooper
ask
South.
the next question on the same area?
Right, Orupuch
086. Clearly, there's no allocation for 086, road rehabilitation works in fence line communities. Can I ask the minister whether or not this suggests that the agencies have rescinded their board policy on providing support for fence line communities where actions of the LSA or Silwick or HDC or so on have also damaged the surrounding communities?
Minister?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The road rehabilitation works in fence-like community policy, which is a policy adopted by the boards, respective boards in the ministry. There's no allocation for it. So I'm asking you whether or not the ministry is committed to the policy approved by the boards of the LSA, Silwick, HDC, and others to support communities in fence-line communities where the agencies of the ministry have done damage to the surrounding communities.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I'm not aware that any policy was abandoned. This policy was abandoned.
Okay.
Cooper South. Member for Cooper South.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Under 078, in that greater heading land development, I see that there have been specific sums which have been allocated, for example, to Orangefield, to Aruba and Brothers Ghat. With respect to 078 of grading of Silwick housing development, could the minister be more specific as it relates to what this $2 million has been allocated for?
Honourable Minister.
This is an allocation to upgrade all the Silwick housing estates.
All
the Silwick housing estates.
In what particular area of work?
With respect to drainage, with respect to sidewalks, with respect to their sewer systems.
So could you provide me with a listing of the works that you expect to do in all the housing estates under the control of Silwick?
Yes.
Minister. Okay, you have that commitment.
Thank you.
Okay, members. Page 166, any questions before I move on? All right, so I recognize member for Carney East, first of all.
002 squatter settlements regularization. Would it be possible for the minister to indicate where these settlements are and what is the nature of their regularization that you're spending approximately $22 million on?
Minister, you will need to provide in writing or it's a short list?
9, La Savanne, Guayari, Nurse Trace, Guayari, Ramlal Street, Sunrise, Pinal, Kangali Street, Valencia, Gomez Trace, St. Mary's Village, Moruga, Pro Village, St. Mary's Village, Moruga, Western Trace, St. Mary's Village, Moruga, Arena Site B and Arena Site C.
And the nature of the regularization you're speaking about?
These are development to greenfield and brownfield sites.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I was waiting patiently for the mention of Lapai. But there was no mention of Lapai, and it is a community in which you already have existing squatter settlement, the Sugar Industry Welfare Group came and met with the residents. There has been some measure of regularization, but it is incomplete, and I would enlist the minister's support with a view to promoting that.
Urupuch East.
Much. On the same page 166, the squatter settlements regularization, the same issue. In 2016, there was an estimate of 72 million. This was revised downwards to 29 million, of which the 2017 estimate is 22. Could the minister explain why the ministry revised downwards on this critical matter by what will amount to almost 65% downwards? And this is pursuant to a loan arrangement with the IDB. This loan arrangement, I suspect, was signed in 2011 by the former administration that gave support to these programs. Is it that the ministry and its agency is not supporting these programs and doing the work and expending the counterpart money so that nothing is happening, really?
Minister of Finance, please.
Yeah, let me deal with this.
You come in again.
The member for Shogunas West asked a question, and now the member for Oropouche East has asked a related question. There are two issues here. Firstly, this program was funded by an IDB loan, which is coming to an end shortly. And what you see here is the remainder of the provision available under the IDB loan. So that deals with the allocation. But in addition, I was very intrigued at the point made by the member of Shogunas West about the absence of Lapai village from the list that the minister read out, because that list of projects relates to constituencies that were represented by the UNC in the 2010 to 2015 period. And there's nothing in Diego Martin, for example. So that I want to tell this Parliament that this government is going to revisit all of these programs to look at the inequity that occurred over the last 5 years and ensure that there is equity going forward and a proper allocation to this item.
I question to the minister. I ask only questions. I don't make comments on Minister of Finance. My question to the Minister of Housing is, Minister, are you aware that this IDB loan treats with squatter regularization, whether they're in PNM, UNC, constituency, and the political imperatives means nothing? It has to do with where the squatter regularization is required, Mr. Minister. You are aware this is an IDB program.
Question, please.
That I'm asking if he's aware it's an IDB program and it has to do with squatter regularization policies where there are squatters.
Yeah. And member, the question was answered. Member for Caroni East.
Can the minister give a rationale for the heavy concentration of the squatter regularization in Mayaro? He named about 5 squatter sites in Mayaro. Is there a rationale for the heavy concentration there? Come on.
Member?
I can't comment. I don't have a rationalization for why it...
Members, Minister of Planning, will shed some light on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman.
You in
Mr.
charge
Deputy
is
Chairman,
country's
as was indicated before, this was a loan signed in 2012, and the sites were chosen at that time by the government in place at that time, and those were the sites that were chosen. And I'm sure the member for Caroni Central will agree with me. Those were the sites that were chosen at that time.
Please. Right. Members, I'm going to move on at this time. Page 167. Any question on page 167?
As far as I understand it, this is a committee of the whole House. And so, even though the minister is the one being examined, anyone could ask a question, anyone could answer the question. It is a committee, it is the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm just saying that
Member, one at a
when
time, one at a
in
time.
2012, the loan was signed, the sites were agreed at that time, and if my memory serves me right, the government in place at that time was the government of those on the other side. And as I said, and the member for Carney Central agreed with me, that is exactly what happened. The sites were chosen by those who now form the opposition. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to register. I could ask question alone.
Member, question. You would have had your opportunity to give your comments, right? Do you have a question?
Yes, my question to the Minister of Housing. Minister, could you indicate the criteria for the selection of the sites?
Mr. Deputy Chairman.
But I asked a question to the Minister of Housing.
As the Minister of Planning and Development responsible for the IDB,
But there's something to...
the decision was taken by the former Minister of Planning and Development in conjunction with his colleagues in determining the sites at that time. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, included the current member for Oropouche East, who was the Minister of Housing at that time.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm asking the Minister of Housing a question.
But it has been answered.
No. I am asking the
Listen,
criteria for the selection of the sites which the Minister of Housing has.
Members.
Because we are being misled.
The precedent has already been set, whereby various ministers have contributed to various questions that have been asked by various individuals during the course of the Standing Finance Committee. Now is not the first occasion where it has happened. From day one, other members have been assisting their other ministers in answering the various questions. So today is no different. Do you have a question, member for Oropouche East?
Can I assist?
No, you ask your question.
Okay, only government members
make your comment. You make your comment, and then you ask your question. So I'll move on now to item 005. Member for Carney East.
005, Home Improvements and New Housing Subsidies Program. Could the Honourable Minister indicate how many of these home improvements were done in 2016? And could he, if it's possible now, to give us an idea of the main areas or the main constituencies in which most of these housing subsidies program was afforded?
So, Deputy Speaker, yeah, I just answered that question.
No.
And I gave an undertaking to provide it in writing. Yes.
Okay. It will be provided in writing, member. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 168. Member for Carney East.
167, Social and Community Services. 167, Community Development. Yes. Could I ask the Minister, please, to provide in writing on the matter of 002 Social and Economic Program for East Port of Spain? There was an estimate of $5 million. This was revised downward to $700,000. Could I ask the Minister to provide in writing what work, if any at all, was done in 2016 as far as the Social and Economic Program for East Port of Spain is concerned?
They abandoned East Port of Spain.
Mr. Minister, you provide it in writing? Okay. Member for Carney Central.
Through you, Chair, to the Minister. I had asked a question earlier to the Minister of Finance, and he had indicated that East Port of Spain Development Company was under Ministry of Housing now, and that the Minister of Housing would determine what role the East Port of Spain Development Company would play. So I just want to ask, Minister, I didn't see it listed here, but under this item 002, Social and Economic Program for East Port of Spain, is the East, and you listed East Port of Spain as one of your institutions,
East
right,
Port of
for
Spain, yes.
execution.
Correct.
Is that, what kind of role is the East Port of Spain Development Company going to play? And I see only 5 million allocated here for East Port of Spain. So is there going to be another allocation for that?
There is another allocation. There is another allocation under IDF. All right. Under 002, these are the soft projects. Projects such as education programs, training programs, training in urban agriculture, community festivals, sports programs, community engagement in East Port of Spain.
Company will do physical.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Right. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 326, item.
Yeah, we were on 167, we now go to 168.
And so, member for Kumuto Manzelina, you have a question?
168.
Yes,
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy, I had my hand
You
up
all,
a long time.
no, but members, come on, we call out the item and we identify the pages.
Yeah, and I...
Proceed.
Thank you,
Proceed.
sir. Thank you, sir. Just want to ask one question. The 002 squatter settlements regularization and his 011 sector and institutional strengthening program. The data that was in fact collected for...
What page you on?
166.
No, member, no. We 168. Oropuchis.
Deputy Chairman, the question to the Minister on 168, again, item 020 and item 201, there was a downgrade of the estimate from 2016, 3 million to 1.8 and 2 million. Well, they kept the same 2 million as a revised estimate. Could the Minister commit in writing what work, if any, was done on the renovation to the New City Mall and the upgrading to East Side Plaza? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Provide it in writing, sure.
Right. So, Infrastructure Development Fund, page 326, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, page 326. Page 326. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, page 327. Oropuchis.
Could the Minister indicate the matter of the support to industrial development initiatives, the Invaders Bay project, has that been removed from the purview of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development?
Yes.
Okay. Where is it, incidentally? The
Ministry of
Attorney
Planning.
General?
Ministry of Planning.
Oh, Planning. Thank you.
Item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 328 to 329. Member for Oropuch East.
Much. Question to the Minister of Housing again. Could you commit in writing, because I think you had directed me here earlier, the monies paid out to the large-scale contractors of over $20 million in 2016?
Line item, sir?
We are the Accelerated Housing Program. 230. Could the Minister indicate in writing the quantum of monies paid to large-scale contractors for outstanding bills in 2016 fiscal? Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Chairman, yes.
Right, commitment in writing.
Let us see.
329, any question on page 329, just before I move on?
Yeah.
Oropuchis.
Again, I'm on the Accelerated Housing Program. Could the Minister also indicate, because this is part of his housing initiative, I've heard, the issue of the public-private partnership, could you also indicate us, whether now or in writing, has there been any progress in relation to the private-public partnership for home construction, one? And secondly, why is it that the only public-private partnership project started by the former administration, notably the Republic Bank project in San Fernando, why has work been terminated on the site? Could you give us an update on that, please?
Honorable Minister.
I'll give you that update in writing.
Sure.
With respect to your previous question, yes, considerable amounts of work has been done, and by next month, we will turn the sod for our very first PPP project
And where would it be, and with which private sector partner?
in Mount Hope.
What is the private sector partner?
The tenders have not, well, they're still evaluating the tenders.
So they're evaluating the tenders, but you'll turn this out next month?
Yes, the decision will be made between
Fine.
now and November.
Good, good.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,112,107,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $1,409,017 the sum of why would it be different for me? Okay. The sum of $1,112,107,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, now stands part of the schedule. I would like to thank you, Honorable Minister, and also to your Permanent Secretary and senior executives from your ministry for attending. Do have a good evening. Move on to Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts. Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, $431,565,700. I'd like to welcome the Permanent Secretary and also all the senior executives from the ministry. Welcome. I will now invite the Minister of Community Development, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. The Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts is focusing on building resilient, culturally rich communities. As such, we are focusing on 3 areas that make up the name of the ministry, namely community development, culture, and arts. With respect to community development, our focus is on assisting communities to work together, to form strong bonds, to solve common problems within the community, and to be resilient. With respect to our focus on culture, we are looking at ensuring that we promote nationalism, patriotism within our citizens, and nation building, and we also promote the celebration of our diversity. With respect to the arts, we are focusing on the discovery, exposure, and development of artists, and protecting our tangible and intangible heritage. In order to promote and to fulfill our mandate, the role of community-based organizations, community groups, village councils, and so on, and of course the artists themselves, are very valuable, and we look forward and we encourage their support. As we go into the examination of this budget, I want to thank the ministry's staff for their hard work, and we look forward with eagerness to achieving our goals, our objectives, and our mandate in fiscal 2017. Thank you, Deputy Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $431,565,700 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $431,565,700 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 382, item 001, General Administration, page 382. And I recognize the member for Princestown.
Deputy Chairman, thank you. Through you to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I understand that there has been some restructuring in the ministry in terms of when the partnership government was there too, where we are now under this dispensation with respect to bringing several agencies back under the Ministry now of Community Development, Culture and the Arts. However, I see with these increases in terms of the amalgamation of the ministry under this broad heading of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, that there has been a reduction of close to 6 million with respect to salaries and costs of living. Could you, an increase, sorry. It's a decrease. A decrease of approximately 5,990,000 of the ministry's allocation from the fiscal year 2016.
We're on page 382, Deputy Chairman.
382, General Administration.
Yes. Could the Honourable Minister indicate at this point what is the ministry's count with respect to the amount of employees? And could you explain to us the increase? Sorry, my apologies, the increase.
Okay.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Chairman, sorry. The increase of, that's under item 01. The increase caters for positions that were transferred from National Diversity as well as from the Ministry of Arts and Multiculturalism. They are all now grouped together in here, so they would register a decrease in those areas that are still listed in these estimates. So that is an increase, but it decreases in the other areas as the staff have been moved under the general admin.
Honourable Minister, do you have an idea of the total count under the ministry now?
Minister, staff count.
The total number of employees under the ministry right now, 494 employees. That includes both contract as well as establishment.
Would you be able to be in a position to tell us how many are contract and how many are only establishment?
Presently, we have 294 on establishment and 200 on contract.
Thank you.
Item 002, Community Development Division, page 382. Item 006, Best Village, page 383. Item 007, Arts and Multiculturalism, page 383. Item 008, Culture Division, page 384. Member. Item 009, National Diversity, page 384. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 385. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Minister.
Item 001, General Administration.
Honourable Minister, I'll start with line item 04 with respect to electricity. There's been an increase of 200,000. Could you identify what are some of the rationales for such a sharp increase by 200,000?
Honourable Minister.
04. There has been some increase in the payments to the electricity company. In 2015, we have expended 491,000. In 2017, we intend to ensure that we pay some of the bills that have been outstanding, and so that increase has been registered to allow for that to happen.
Madam Minister, the outstanding balances you have mentioned, are those balances from the year 2015?
I would not be in a position to state exactly when those balances would be.
Would you be able to provide us that so we can get a better understanding of why we have an increase of 200,000? Would you be able to provide it to us in writing in terms of a rationale?
If so asked.
Well, that is a request, Madam Minister, so.
It's a request.
Well, you've asked, so that means it will be
So,
done.
we have the
Okay,
commitment
thank you
to
for
get
your
it in writing.
cooperation, ma'am.
Members, remember we are on page 385 and 386. So I recognize the member for Couva South.
Thank you, Chairman. Under 08 rent lease, office accommodation and storage, the 2017 estimates of, well, is a new sub-item. Could the minister clarify this new sub-item and what the $4 million is being spent on?
Honorable Minister.
Deputy Chairman, through you, we have had a situation where we are going to have to relocate staff from the Gillingham office. And so, in order to accommodate those staff members at new locations, we have had to introduce this sub-item to cater for that rent.
Member for Karen.
Could the,
South.
could
For
the
Couva South, sorry.
minister advise if this new office accommodation has been finalized? What are the terms of this arrangement and where this new housing accommodation has been found?
Honorable Minister.
We have been assigned 2 areas, one at the corner of Duke and Frederick and one on Frederick Street itself. However, we are still finalizing those 2 areas with Presdy, and so we are not in a position at this point to give final rates and terms and conditions, but this allocation has been made so that whatever it turns out to be, because the move is imminent, we would have the funding to do so.
Member for Princestown.
To Deputy Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, unfortunately, the Minister of Finance, I believe, has left the House, but I was hoping to draw to your attention, Madam Minister, line item 27, official overseas travel, and the Minister of Finance had indicated that there will be some curtailing of official overseas travel and also official entertainment. And I observe under your ministry, there has been an increase of $400,000 on official overseas travel, with a further increase of $47,500 for official entertainment. I'm hoping that the minister, when raised with another ministry, he said that this was a mistake, and that similarly such increases would be treated as such as a mistake, or whether or not you'd want to provide us with an explanation for why such a sharp increase in a time when we are trying to curtail expenditure. You have an increase of $400,000 in overseas travel and $47,500 on official entertainment.
To the member, through you, Deputy Chairman, this is an allocation, and I want to draw your attention to the 2016 revised estimates where, though $375,000 was allocated, only $100,000 was expended, and therefore we have been in line with the reduced expenditure, and given this allocation, there is no indication, and this is no indication that we are going to expend that amount of money. We will, of course, be looking to reduce in all areas our expenditure.
Madam Minister, we take no comfort in that, because the thing about it is at this point, if you're showing...
Is that a question, Deputy Chairman? Is there a question forthcoming?
There's a
The
question.
Minister answered your question. All right? You have a follow-up question?
Yes. Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Proceed, member.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, I know that the Minister has indicated that this may not be the actual expenditure for what will take place over the next financial year, and that is the reason why I made the comment that we didn't take any satisfaction or comfort in it. But what I'm saying is that there are several other areas in terms of programs that are geared towards young people, that are geared towards community development, that have been severely cut. And when you juxtapose that against your increase...
Member, could I ask through Deputy Chairman that when we reach those areas, you identify where the cuts were made? Because at this point,
certainly,
I have not seen that, and therefore I've answered the question
well,
you've
then
asked.
I'm not sure if you're spending this amount of time on your ministry.
Member for Oakwood West.
We have answered the question that you
West.
asked.
Sir, line 34, can you explain the rationale for this program, the University Graduate Recruitment Program?
The University Graduate Recruitment Program is a government-wide program that was instituted by the Minister of Finance, and this is our allocation under that program for the graduates that will be allocated and sent to the ministry.
If I may add here, Mr. Chairman, you would see with every ministry, there's been this allocation of $1 million. It is a government initiative and a policy rollout that we're doing.
Couva South, member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. 28 other contracted services. I see that it has moved from 1.8 million to 2.8 million. Could the minister provide some additional information in relation to this increase?
Honourable
And
Minister.
what the 2.8 million is being spent on contracted services?
Honourable Minister.
I would like again to draw to the attention of the honourable member that 2.8 is the allocation. It is not the expenditure. And under this area is where we would look at consultant services that need to be provided to the ministry. We have a number of policies that are going to be rolled out and so on. And this is where we are going to look at getting our consultants, if necessary. This is the allocation that they would be paid from. They have the cultural policy or the community development policy. We have a number of carnival studies and economic impact assessment, and all of these will come from that area.
Member, follow-up question?
Policy rollout, right? So how many?
Policy formulation.
Policy formulation on?
What types of policy formation? That's the question.
I'm going to repeat through you, Deputy Chairman.
For my benefit.
I said community development policy, I said cultural policy, I said that we have also economic impact assessments be done on Carnival.
Okay.
Member for Princestown.
And Madam Minister, with respect to line item 22, short-term employment, you have an increase of 100,000. Would you be able to be in a position to give us an idea of what type of short-term employment your ministry engages in terms of what numbers of employees engage in short-term employment, and a basic idea of what type of positions are offered through short-term employment under the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts?
Okay.
Honourable Minister.
At this point, we have 78 short-term employees. Many of them are in the national performing entities. That's the National Caesar Symphony Orchestra, the National Philharmonic Orchestra, the National Theatre Arts Company. And we are actually in the ministry seeking to reduce our short-term employment as we move towards filling the contract positions that are associated with these entities.
Member for Princestown.
Madam Minister, line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. We see an increase of 100,000 in this area. Could you indicate to us whether or not these vehicles are serviced in-house and maintained in-house, or is it that they are contracted out?
We would contract out these services.
Are these private entities, or is it through the agency and VEMCOT, or private agencies?
Private and VEMCOT.
Okay, would you be able to give us an undertaking of letting us know who is the current supplier in terms of the service for these vehicles?
In writing, we will provide.
Thank you.
Item number 002, Community Development Division, page 386. Item 005, Mediation Centers, page 387.
Hello, yes.
Member for Princestown, page 387.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you didn't look up when we said 386, so I'm not sure if you'd allow us to go back to 386, but my hand was up.
You sure about that?
Yes, yes.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you. Madam Minister, with respect to line item 66, the hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions, there's an increase by 125,000. Can you indicate to us what seminars, conferences, and other functions your ministry might be engaged in that would require further 125,000?
This involves consultations, seminars, stakeholders, staff, any training that takes place under the general admin area.
Okay.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you. Minister, again, we see under Community Development Division, if you look at line item 05, you would see a huge increase in telephones for 500,000. Can you indicate to us why such a large allocation, an increase?
Once again, under this line item, we want to ensure that we pay up any bills that may have been outstanding. We also, through this line item, deal with community centers that may have phones, regional complexes, and so on. Quite a number of them at this point need to be relocated, and they also need additional phone lines. And so this has been included to ensure that we have the allocation to deal with this increase.
By 500,000, Madam Minister?
By 500,000, that's what it says.
Okay. Madam Minister, if you turn to line item 16 under contract employment, there has been a decrease by 700,000. Could you indicate what positions, or roughly an idea of the positions that would have been affected by these contract employment decrease, and what would have contributed to such a large decrease in the area of contract employment under Community Development Division?
Honorable Minister.
Okay. We will have to provide that in writing.
We'll be providing writing, member.
Madam
Proceed.
Minister, line item 37, janitorial services. There's an increase of $91,250. Again, if you can give us an explanation with respect to janitorial services being cut, why such a large figure, and
It was
whether or
increased,
not you would
member.
be...
It was increased, it was not cut.
Oh, sorry, it was increased. My apologies. Why the increase in this area?
As indicated, we do have a number of offices that need to be opened under the Community Development Division, regional complexes, administrative offices, and so on, and they would require additional janitorial staff. And so that was put there to ensure that we are able to accommodate.
Okay. Madam Minister, line item 43, security services, an increase by 312,000. Can you indicate whether or not this is private security services or whether or not MTS provides these security services?
That I would have to provide in writing, member.
Okay, so you'd be able to indicate to us who is the current service provider? Yes?
In writing.
And the contract arrangements of those?
In writing.
I'm advised that we don't have one right now. This is in order to procure such services.
Okay.
And line item 66, again, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions under the area of Community Development Division. There is an increase by 110,000. Can you indicate to us what are the plans by the Community Development Division in terms of their work schedule that would necessitate an increase of 110,000 in the area of hosting of conferences, seminars, and functions?
The Community Development Division regularly holds meetings with the community groups, with stakeholders, and also professional training and so on and seminars for the community development officers who work on the ground. And there is an increased need for more of these types of sensitization sessions, both within internal as well as external, to ensure that community groups are well sensitized with respect to their role within community development, and so this reflects this increased focus.
Madam Minister, in light of what you've just indicated, there must be a work plan or work schedule with the ministry under this particular division that would give us a clear indication of what are the events, what is the series of seminars. The work schedule of this particular division would help to guide in terms of what is a mandate over the next year in terms of this public expenditure. Would you be able to be in a position to provide us with those work schedules from the ministry, which will help to guide some of the policy decisions, but not only the policy, but also the implementation through these conferences and seminars?
You will have that as soon as it is possible.
Yes, every ministry have work schedules.
As soon as it is possible, member.
Princess Tong, you okay now?
Yes.
Right. Item 005, mediation centers, page 387, member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Item number 16, contract employment. We see there has been a cut.
Line item, sir?
Try to get the members quiet so that
Okay.
I'm hearing you, member.
Proceed.
There's been a cut by $1.1 million for contract employment. There are a couple of questions I have to ask. Does this contract employment relate or refer to the actual mediators or all staff, including the mediators?
Minister?
All staff. It refers to all staff.
Including those engaged in mediation?
Some of the mediation staff, yes.
Right. At a time when you would agree that we have to improve community relations and find alternative ways to deal with disputes in communities, do you think it's a good thing to have cut the amount allocated here for mediation in communities, since you stated at the beginning of your intervention that one of your objectives is to foster greater community togetherness and community unity? And the resolution of of disputes outside of the court system and in a very friendly atmosphere, I think is something that we should promote. So I'm concerned about this 1.1 million. I'd like to know, therefore, what staff has really been cut as a result of this 1.1 million decrease?
No staff has been cut, member. Under line item 28, other contracted services, that line item is also used to ensure that we have enough mediators on staff.
And you will agree, Madam Minister, that under 28, it has been cut by $625,000.
Member, we are cognizant of our financial situation, and the allocations that have been put into the budget are sufficient at this time to ensure that we do not reduce the standard. We may not be able to increase it as much as we would like to, but there is no cut in the effect of the mediation staff on the communities that they get involved in.
Member for Kimutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item number 08, rent, lease, office, accommodation, and storage. Are these for the mediation centers?
Yes, they are.
Would you be able to, in writing, you don't need to do it now, identify the mediation centers, please, throughout Trinidad and Tobago?
You have your commitment, Minister?
Thank you.
I should direct the member to the website. Yes, member.
Thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Yes, member, we will deal with it.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Madam Minister, if you look at line item 66, so far since we've started Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, again we turn to line item 66 where we see another increase in another division. So far all the divisions that we've covered under the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts have had increases in the area of hosting of conferences, seminars and other functions.
Question?
The question is?
The question, Madam Minister, is that there's, and probably I should ask this later down when we go to some of the areas that have been cut.
We'll move on.
But in keeping with what the Minister of Finance had indicated, we saw where overseas travel has been increased by 400,000. Now we are seeing 45,000.
Member for Princestown. We'll move on. You said you'll have the question later on. Item 006, Best Village, page 388. Item 007, Arts and Multiculturalism, page 388 and page 389. Item 008, Culture Division, page 390. Member for Princestown.
Madam Minister, with respect to travelling and subsistence under the Culture Division, line item 01, there's an increase of 600,000. Would you be able to be in a position to give us an idea of why, again, such a large increase?
There are a number of positions that are to be filled under the Culture Division as we move from short-term into the contract positions which were created, and this is put there to ensure that we are able to meet the demands of the new positions that will be filled. There are also arrears that are to be paid.
Princestown, member.
Madam Minister, line item 16, contract employment, has been increased by 1,320,000. Could you give us an indication of or some sort of projections with respect to contract employment under the Culture Division that you envisage over the next financial year?
Minister.
These are the positions for the national performing entities, the NTAC, the NSSO, the NPO, and these are the positions that we are seeking to fill at this moment.
All right.
Member for Tabakit.
Madam Minister, number 89, cultural programs. I noticed that you have increased the expenditure by $1.35 million. Can you indicate what kind of cultural programs are envisaged under this?
I want to thank very much the member for Digmartin notice, the Minister of Finance, but I did not increase the expenditure.
Minister.
It was increased.
1 second.
Very, very insulting.
What,
that a member
what
that
is the
side
situation,
can comment, the first comment, I take it very sensitive, right? Because
is it a question?
Minister.
Let me intervene. Yeah,
Minister.
No,
1
I
second.
need to intervene because
Minister.
The allocation. No, Mr. Chairman, with due respect, I need to intervene because the members asked why this allocation has increased, and the only person who can answer that is me.
So you care to answer the question
yes.
now, sir? All right, proceed.
I have increased the allocations to the Ministry of Community Development and Culture because I think this is a very important area of national life. If you look at all their items, each one has got a small increase because we need to focus on community development and culture. The minister can't tell you why the Ministry of Finance has decided to increase its allocation, and the cultural programs will be respectful of our national diversity and will cover all facets of our culture, including Carnival, Calypso, and Ramlila. Okay?
Right.
And let me
for
express my
Tabakit.
gratitude to the Minister of Finance for doing so.
Member for Tabakit.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister has answered. I'm satisfied with the answer. And but I think it is getting very ridiculous when a member on the other side can say, I don't like the answer. And I'm making certain kinds of insinuations that I think are very unfortunate.
Okay,
Very
members,
unfortunate.
Members, right, let's keep the decorum in order, please. Member for Princeton.
You can miss over.
Tabakit picked up.
Okay, Tabakit picked it up. Right, so item 006, item 007, okay, item 009, national diversity, page 391. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 392. Item 001, general administration, page 392. Item 002, Community Development Division, page 392. Item 005, Mediation Centers, page 392. Item, Member for Kumuto Manzelina,
Thank you.
page 392.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Chair. Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, could you advise for 02, 03, and 04?
Members,
is it that you're
Kumuto, I recognize the member for Kumuto Manzelina. Kumuto Manzelina, proceed.
Thank you, sir. Madam Minister, is it that you are going to be equipping new mediation centers that you have?
Yes, there are mediation centers that will, new ones that will be equipped on this.
Member for Tabakit and for Laventille West.
And these are
Kumuto Manzelina.
These are centers that are new, is it?
There are new ones, yes, but this would also cater for the existing centers.
All right, okay, thanks.
Item 006, Best Village, page 393. Item 007, Arts and Multiculturalism, page 393. Item 008, Culture Division, page 393. Item 009, National Diversity, page 394. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 394. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, pages 394 and 395. I recognize the member for Shagona Sis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to 005, item 15, non-profit institutions, culture divisions. Minister, might you be in a position, if not now, when you can supply us, as to this reduction of $10 million, and what are the organizations that would have suffered that or reduced amount of allocation?
Minister?
This item really is an item under which community groups, artists, and various persons involved in the cultural landscape apply for grant funding. So a reduction of 10 million does not directly affect any one person. It just means that there's less grant funding available under this particular line item.
Okay. Is it possible that we might be able to get an idea as to the list for the last fiscal?
The list for the last fiscal is a very long list.
Okay.
On average, we have as many as 1,900 people applying over the course of 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
So is it that you want a list?
Okay, member for Tabakit.
I was going to ask the same question, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay, member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
On 05, Non-Profit Institutions Community Development Division, where you have $9 million allocated. And, you know, how is this $9 million distributed? And who are the organizations that benefit from it?
That line item deals with the work of the Community Development Division. It deals with the community education courses that are offered nationwide. It deals with community development days. It deals with other programs of the Community Development Division. That is not a grant funding line item.
Member for Point of Pay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To the Minister, line item number 14, National Steel Symphony. In 2016, the revised estimate is $5 million. I'm assuming $5 million or thereabout was spent in that line item. And could you state what sort of expenditure would have made up that $5 million?
That money is the money that is used to pay the staff of the National Steel Symphony Orchestra.
Okay. Could you also, a follow-up, could you provide, I don't know if you have it, a list of the categories of who make up the steel orchestra?
They are all musician ones, I think. All musician ones.
Okay. All right.
Member for Kumutu
I never
Manzelina.
said so.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Honorable Minister, line 06, operational expenses for community facility. I see it's a new sub-item. And prior to us coming here, we had the provision for telephones, janitorial services, et cetera, et cetera. What makes this line item different to what was provided before?
Minister.
We have an interim arrangement for community centers where we are instituting a pilot of 40 centers and instituting some governance structure in there, and there will be additional staff that need to be paid. So this is a different matter from the telephones and the lights and so on.
Member Kumutu Manzelina.
You said it's a pilot project in 40. Would you be able to submit in writing the 40 areas that you will be having this pilot project, please?
Certainly, we are looking at the program. We are also reviewing, but we can provide you with the 40 that we initially planned to use in that study, yes.
Thank you.
Member for Princess Town.
Thank you.
Deputy Chairman, Madam Minister, line item 10, the Best Village Program, with a decrease of 1.5 million, could you indicate what areas will be impacted with respect to the Best Village Program?
Minister.
With respect to the Best Village, we are undergoing. Okay. So with respect to Best Village, we are undergoing a review of the Best Village. Over the years, there have been quite a number of categories, some of them not well subscribed, but it does take from the ministry with respect to putting on those different categories. So we are looking to revise that program for increased impact and relevance. And in that revision, we expect that though there is a decrease in the allocation, it will not adversely affect the program itself.
Can you indicate, Minister, what are some of these areas that you speak of?
We are going to consult with our Best Village stakeholders at the end of this month, and after that consultation, we'll be able to fully explain to the national community what areas we are focusing on for 27.
So, Minister, in fact, you're saying that there has been a decrease before there has been any consultation.
The decrease has come because of our national conditions, but understanding that even before, we took the steps to ensure that we looked at the spend on the program, and even this year we have been able to realize significant savings with respect to service providers and so on within the program, and so we don't anticipate a difficulty here at all.
Minister, that is the point I was making earlier, because you speak about savings and there's been a decrease by 1.5 here in the Best Village program, but at the same time under general administration, there's an increase by 400,000 with respect to overseas travel. So really it's not making any kind of sense.
Well, member, I don't know what your question is, but I'll answer you and say this. Money has to be spent in a government. It's where you spend it and how. And so there's no issue about putting more money in one area and not putting in another.
So therefore you are saying, Madam Minister, the Best Village program is not a priority.
I did not finish. What I said to you about the Best Village program is that we have taken steps to look at how we spend money within the program, because there was a lot of money that could have been spent in different areas and a lot of savings that could have been realized. And so we have started last year in ensuring that we have savings, and going forward we will have savings again. So therefore the reduction will not affect the program at all, because of course Best Village Village, as you know, is iconic, long-running program, very important to the entire society, and therefore we are not playing games with Best Village.
Princess Tong, a question?
So you are really defeating your own argument.
Is there a question?
You're really
question,
defeating your own
Mr.
argument
Member?
because we.
Deputy
Princess
Chairman,
Tong,
is there a question?
A question, please. Kuva note.
Through you, Chair, Madam Minister, I know that your ministry gives funding to the TASA Association of Trinidad and Tobago, but I'm not seated here. Can you tell me under which head that funding comes from to the TASA Association of Trinidad and Tobago?
The TASA Association applies for funding, like many other groups, and that would be covered under head 15, sorry, item 16, line item 15, sorry, non-profit institutions, culture division.
Non-profit, okay. So, just a follow-up question. The funding for this fiscal year is, have you decided on that amount for them?
The TASA Association applied for this year and received funding already.
How much?
You would have to put that in writing. It's
Okay, no problem. Yes, once you can finish that. Thanks.
Member for Tabaki.
Minister, through the chair, item 22, ecclesiastical bodies. In 2016, there was an allocation of 1.5 million, but it seems that nothing was expended to these bodies.
That has been moved to the Office of the Prime Minister. That's no longer the ministry.
There was no note here, that's why I asked.
Kumutu Manzelina, member.
Therefore,
Tabaki, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, sure. Therefore, from item number 24, Roman Catholic, Hindu, Anglican, Muslim, right down to item number 39,
yes.
Are all those now under the Prime Minister's office?
I would imagine so, yes.
We're not sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Kumutu Manzelina, member.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, could you advise on line items 12 and 18, why there is no, why there are no allocations for both?
They have moved to other ministries. The retirees, item 12 is under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and the Archaeological Committee. I'm not certain where that has moved to, but I'm sure that they are no longer with the ministry, hence the lack of allocation.
Oh, okay.
Member for Urupuch West.
Honorable Minister, line 13, Transformation Development Centers. What is the role and function of these centers?
Minister.
At this point, those centers function mainly as soup kitchens. They do meals daily
And
to
who is
persons.
target, Minister? Like,
The less fortunate persons who can't afford.
Member for Princess Tong.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Madam Minister, line item 19, just for my point of clarification, is this for the general administration, the overall administration of the National Museum and Art Gallery?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Item 006, Educational Institutions, page 395. Item 007, Households, page 396. Member for Princess Tong.
Madam Minister, line item 08, hosting of cultural camps. It is submitted as a new item. $1 million has been allocated for the hosting of these cultural camps. If you can give us an idea of what is the thinking behind it in terms of what is the main objectives, where do you propose to have these cultural camps, and what sort of outcomes do you expect by having these camps in some of these areas?
Minister.
These cultural camps have moved to recurrent from the DP. These camps are where we partner through the Culture Division with different agencies that offer camps. The camps have to fall within a certain category. They have to look at our heritage. They have to look at our the various arts. And so groups actually apply to be able to get funding for the cultural camps. The ministry provides some, and the group must provide some as well. They typically take place within the vacation, the July-August vacation, and they cater generally to children and involve children in areas, different areas of the arts.
Okay.
Member for Tabaki.
Community Action for Revival and Empowerment. Can you explain what is that about, that $4 million?
This is a fund that gives grants for community groups who apply for grant funding under this line item.
Grant funding for what? Community?
For community, any kind of community function. So typically, communities would want to have family days, not sport days, family days. They may want to do homework centers, anything that solves problems in communities. This is where they would apply, and from this funding is where we would assist.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Madam Minister, line item 07, support for community development and allocation of 3 million. Again, can you give us an idea in terms of what would these monies be used for when we speak about support for community development?
These monies are used to pay staff under the Community Development Fund, which is a semi-autonomous program of the ministry.
Item 009, other transfers, page 396. Member for Chugonasis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 02, export centers. Minister, can you indicate to us how you plan to utilize that increase of $2 million?
Minister.
That's used to pay the staff at the export centers around the country.
But in that case, can you indicate what's the increase in the staff? Is there an increase or is that increased wages? Is it an increase in the number of staff or increase in the remuneration?
It's not an increase in the number of staff. So I would have to provide the exact explanation for that in writing for you.
Okay.
Member for Princestown.
Chairman, Madam Minister, line item 09, the National Philharmonic Orchestra, an allocation of 1 million this year. Can you give us an indication, well, some background information in terms of how do you propose this National Philharmonic Orchestra going forward under your ministry?
The National Philharmonic Orchestra exists as a group of premier artists who play the instruments of a classical philharmonic orchestra, and they operate part-time with the ministry.
Kumutu Manzilina, member.
Thank you, Deputy. Honorable Minister, can you identify 06 line 06, National Days and Festivals? What is it about in terms of how the monies are going to be expended? Thank you.
That line item is also a grant funding area where different community groups and so on apply with specific reference to celebration of our national days, our holidays and festivals. And under this line item, they will be considered for funding.
Would that be for individuals as well?
No. Under this item, individuals don't apply.
Is there any line item where an individual could apply?
Individuals may apply under the Vote for Culture, where they may be doing different things in the arts. So, for example, an author may apply and so on. That is where they'll be entertained.
Member for Point to Pay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, 02 export centers. In 2015, the expenditure is 22 million roughly. Question would be, how many export centers do you have presently right now? And the allocation for 2017 is 7 million. Would that be sufficient to run the centers that you have in place right now, or there will be some rationalization about those export centers?
There's a review of the export center company that's happening at the moment, and so we're ensuring that all staff that are employed are paid and so on, but the operations of the export centers company, we are presently reviewing with a view to rationalizing what they do.
Princestown, member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, going back to line item 9, National Philharmonic Orchestra, could you indicate to us what genres of music and the instruments that will be incorporated in this orchestra? Would it be representative of all of Trinidad and Tobago?
The orchestra is an ongoing concern, and they play the usual instruments that you would find in a chamber orchestra. Wind, strings.
And would it be
percussion.
representative of all the cultures of Trinidad and Tobago, or are you looking at specifically at this time a traditional philharmonic orchestra?
This is an orchestra that existed for the past 7 years or so, at least. So I'm not looking to do anything different from what existed before.
So no improvements? You're just keeping the status quo?
no improvements.
Well,
It's a wonderful, very excellent
asking,
orchestra.
Madam Minister.
Obviously, member, you may not have heard them. And so I would want to tell you the room for improvement is very narrow. But we want to ensure that if there is such, we will ensure that their improvement in their skill will be done.
Madam Minister, fortunately, I have heard them, and that's why I'm asking some of
Wonderful.
these questions of whether or not you'll be
the
the
next one,
incorporation
next
of other.
It's a philharmonic orchestra, and there are certain instruments that go along with a philharmonic orchestra. Asking the wrong questions.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, page 397. Member for Shogun-Assis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, can you indicate whether there are any claims outstanding to be paid through the National Commission for Self-Help? And if so, the
Line
quantum?
item, please.
Line item 01, sir. National Commission for Self-Help Limited.
Well, I would imagine that since their traffic would be very high, at this point in time, I would imagine that there would be claims that they would be considering, yes?
Oh, you said traveling? No, I wasn't indicating that. I was asking
Traveling?
about... No, not traveling at all.
No, I'm not talking about traveling. This is National Self-Help Commission.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, so I'm saying that their traffic is high in terms of the amount of applications they get.
Okay,
so at
so
any one
you-
point in time, yes, I would imagine that there are outstanding claims.
All right, but do you have an idea as to the quantum of that, like charge on terms of organizations who may have put in requests for assistance?
No, I would not have that
Might you be able
information.
to give us an idea as to what that entails?
As to all the outstanding
Yeah.
applications at the National Commission for Self-Help?
Yeah, because I'm aware, for example, in my constituency too, people would have submitted requests for assistance. They may have been given approval. They may have gotten the goods, but the supplier may not have been
This
paid.
particular line item deals with the staffing at the National Self-Help Commission.
Yeah, but I'm also asking a related question.
Well, you may want to ask that
On
when
the
we get to that line
development
item.
program. Sure, no problem.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 397. 004, statutory boards, page 397. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly. 20, Queen's Hall. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 461. 001, general administration, page 461. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 461. 001, general administration, page 461. And the member for Princestown.
Madam Minister, with respect to line item 28 under goods and services, can you indicate to us what other contracted services would entail, seeing that we've had an increase of over 100,000 in this area?
Honorable Minister.
Other contracted services should relate to people that they hire for their ushers and so on for different functions and events. And the Queen's Hall is in very constant demand and always very heavily booked. So I would imagine that this increase is to ensure that they have adequate staff to deal with those events.
Princestown, member.
Madam Minister, line item 16, contract employment, we've seen a decrease by over $1 million in this particular area. Can you indicate to us what positions have been discontinued or expired, or what sort of restructuring is happening under the area of contract employment?
Member, I'm not certain restructuring is taking place, but I will commit to provide that to you in writing.
Sure.
Member for Princestown.
Again, Madam Minister, line item 62, promotions, publicity and printing. There's been an increase by 87,000 in this particular area. Can you give us an explanation of why there would be this projected increase in this particular area?
Minister.
Member, it is one of the thrusts of the ministry to ensure that information is disseminated to the public with respect to cultural offerings that are happening within our country. We have discovered that a lot of people do not know what is going on in our performing spaces, and this would be an attempt to ensure that the Queen's Hall promotes their cultural offerings that are taking place at the venue.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 462. 001, general administration, page 462. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 462. 007, households, page 462. 21, Naparima Bowl, subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 467. 001, general administration, page 467. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 467. 001, general administration, page 467. Member for Princestown.
Madam Minister, with respect to contract employment, line item 16, there's been an increase by 85,100. Again, if we can get an idea of what sort of positions you're looking towards in the next fiscal year that would account for an increase by 85,100.
Member, I know that they are seeking to fill some of their positions that are available. With respect to the exact positions, I would have to provide that in writing.
Madam Minister, with respect to line item 22, again, with respect to employment, in this particular line item, short-term employment accounts for $400,000, which is a rather significant number for short-term employment in an organization like this. Again, if you can give us an idea, you may not have it at your fingertips right now, I'm sure, but if you can provide the information in terms of what positions they're looking at in terms of short-term employment, and also some sort of idea of the duration of these short-term employments as well.
Honourable Minister.
We'll provide in writing.
Confirmation in writing, member for Princestown. Go ahead, member for Princestown.
Minister, if you look at line item 62, promotions, publicity and printing, again, it's a significant increase by 54,400. Similarly, an explanation for this, keeping in line with government's trust to keep down the areas of promotions, publicity, official functions, and so on.
Member, I don't know that there's the answer is the same as for Queen's Road. I don't know that the government has a thrust to keep down publicity and promotion.
The Honourable Minister of Finance had indicated with the previous ministry.
But remember, you're asking me about this ministry, and so I'm answering you on
a
this
similar
one.
approach will be taken with all ministries.
Member, I answered that already.
Any other question? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 468. 001, general administration, page 468. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 468. 007, households, page 468. 22, National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 473. 001, general administration, page 473. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Mr. Deputy Chairman, if you look at line item 08 under general administration, you would see a figure of 5.5 million, an increase of 5.5 million, yes, an increase of 562,912 with respect to rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. Madam Minister, would you be able to give us an idea of what this figure represents in terms of rent or lease for the NCC?
Minister.
Honourable Member, Deputy Chairman, through you, I'll provide that in writing.
Okay. Madam Minister, as we on the issue of rent lease, I know recently, well, just recently, the National Carnival Commission has occupied a new facility. Is it that those facilities are inadequate to house all the divisions of the NCC?
I don't know that they occupied another staffing facility. As far as I know, it was storage. And as I said, I would have to give the particulars of this particular increase to you in writing.
Okay.
Subhead 0, member for Princestown.
Madam Minister, line item 12, materials and supplies, a sharp increase of 391,500. Again, what does this increase represent in terms of materials and supplies?
I will supply that in writing as well.
Confirmation in writing, member for Princestown. Another question?
Yes. Line item 16, contract employment, an increase by 1,622,000. Similarly, if we can have an idea of what are some of these areas of contract employment through the NCC, and again, similarly, the duration, positions that would have expired or been discontinued as well would be useful in terms of whether there's a change management approach or whether or not this is simply just hiring additional staff.
Minister?
Let me be clear. You want to know why there's an increase in the contract employment positions?
Yes, so we'd like to have an idea of the increase with respect to the positions, whether or not there has been any restructuring, whether or not there's been any discontinuing of some positions and so on, whether there is a change management approach or whether or not it's simply just hiring some of the same positions again.
Deputy Chairman, I find what is the question that's being asked is a very broad question on a very specific item, and therefore I want to commit to providing the explanation for this item. And the broadness of that question concerns me, and I will provide the answer that is asked about a specific line item in writing.
Certainly, ma'am.
Contracted. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Another question on that page? Go ahead, Princess Tom.
Madam Minister, with respect to line item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing, another increase here of 900,000. Again, if we can have an idea from the National Carnival Commission in terms of how this allocation is to be used and what is the justification for such a sharp increase?
Deputy Chairman, I am certain that the reason for this follows the same thing. Rates have increased, gone up, and so on, and it is important for any agency to ensure that whatever they do, people know that they are doing it.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 474, 001, general administration, page 474. Member for Princess Town, your mic, well, let's switch off your mic, please. Subhead 04, current transfer and subsidies, page 474, 007, households, page 474. 008, subsidies, page 474. 009, other transfers, page 474. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidation fund, page 170. Item 003, economic infrastructure, page 170. Item 004, social infrastructure, page 171 to page 173. Member for Princess Town, identify which page you're on, please.
Page 171.
Proceed.
Madam Minister, line item 004, the establishment of community museum services, an allocation of 1 million. Again, if you can give us an idea of what these community museum services will provide.
This 1 million is provided to allow for the ministry to be able to deal with quite a number of community museums that have mushroomed around the country, and to ensure that we develop a policy of dealing with them and also of allocating funding or support to these community museums. There are quite a number. There's American Museum in Moruga, there's a museum in Toko, and these museums are rich sources of community heritage, and we would like to be able, and we intend to ensure that we do support these museums in some way.
Okay, so this is support for those, okay. Madam Minister, as well, if you look at line item 05, the Virtual Museum of Trinidad and Tobago, I know that this has been an issue that spent some time in the public domain, much conversation around it. There's been an allocation of 500,000. Again, what are your plans really for this Virtual Museum of Trinidad and Tobago, and how soon can we see something happening with respect to it coming online?
The plan, the end game, is to digitize the museum's collection. This 500,000 is allocated to give us a start as we begin to do so. So we don't expect to complete the project in this fiscal, but we do intend to make a start and set up the framework by which we can have this virtual museum.
Sure. Madam, if you look at lower down, and in keeping with this line item as well, I noticed that there is some areas of expenditure in terms of the development program, looking at information technology, and in keeping in line with 05, the Virtual Museum of Trinidad and Tobago, are there other agencies within the government that you are partnering with to absorb some of the costs that would be able to propel you further than where you would like to be probably around this time next year, but in terms of partnering with some of these organizations that can provide that information technology to you while utilizing the same allocation that you have here, but allowing you to go further with partnering with some of these other agencies?
I'm certain that the museum director has been exploring the options that are available and will make use of any services that will assist in this regard.
But you can't say at this time if there's any particular linkage or partnership that you've been able to
Not
develop
at this time.
for this. Okay.
Member for Princess Town.
Madam Minister, line item 010, purpose-built National Art Gallery and allocation initially in 2016 of 1 million. Here we see in 2017, 500,000, nothing having spent in 2016. But if you can give us again an idea of the purpose-built National Art Gallery.
The National Museum is seeking to ensure that we have a building that is specifically designed and used to display all of the art in different exhibitions of the country. And so this 500,000 is to ensure that we are able to retrofit a building that will be assigned. We are already in discussions with Presby to assign us a building, and that is assigned so that we can do some retrofitting and so on.
Madam, can you say whether or not the much talked about Casabon collection will be housed in this art gallery?
Most likely it would be.
And can you say at this stage, ma'am, as we are on this line item, where is this exhibition currently being housed as we speak?
Which exhibition?
The Casabon exhibition.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Casabons, as you would know, in the National Art Gallery, there is a Casabon room, and so some of them would be stored there, and there's also storage that some of them would be in.
Ma'am, are there any plans at this stage to procure additional pieces from the Casabon collection?
I am not aware of any plans.
All right, members, we are on pages 171,
No,
172, and 173. Member for Princess Town.
Madam Minister, with respect to line item 033, the establishment of the Ramlila site Felicity, and I know Ramlila has featured in this house for the past few days up to a few minutes ago,
Come to the question,
but there's
please.
absolutely no allocation made here. But when you look at different areas like the National Philharmonic Orchestra and other areas, there have been allocations, but with respect to the establishment of the Ramlila site facility in Felicity, there's absolutely no allocation here. Would you care to comment at this stage in terms of what was the thinking behind this, in terms of at least giving it a start, but there's absolutely nothing happening in this particular area?
Similar to the festival facility, that was a project that we met in Aruca, similar to the one that we met in Sandy Grande. We have put these projects on hold because we simply do not have the funding at this time to be able to continue with them, and so they are on hold pending the availability of funds.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and to the Minister. Minister, I see under 003, the establishment of a sugar museum. In 2016, 500,000 was allocated, and apparently none was spent. And I see that in 2017, it is projected that $2 million will be spent. And then I see under 014, Sugar Heritage Village, Archive and Documentation Center. Are these two projects gelling, or are they separate and so on? Could you elaborate for me, please?
Minister?
The Sugar Museum project was a part of a much bigger project that was under the Ministry of Tourism, also shared in terms of allocation by the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Community Development at that time. The project was a very large undertaking. A lot of money was spent, but it was projected that quite a lot of money more would have been spent, and it also involved quite a lot of the Caroni land in the Brechin Castle area. That project has been put on hold and I assume the Ministry of Tourism, which was the lead ministry, would deal more with what is the situation with that project on a whole. But the Ministry of Community Development, now the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, had responsibility for the museum. And that part of the project is going to go forward. And as such, the allocation has been increased to ensure that we can establish the Sugar Museum. And so that part of our history and our heritage will be kept alive, and we'll be able to, in future generations, see that part of our history. And so we are going ahead with the Sugar Museum.
So will it be on the same compound of the Sugar Heritage Village, or are trying to understand?
Yes, we tried to understand as well when we saw that very, very huge expenditure in a project that had almost no future. But in rationalizing that, what we did was we said, yes, we would have the Sugar Museum that's already existing. Since it's already there, we would continue with that, and it is the same thing. So that's why you would not see anything under the Sugar Heritage Village and so on. There's none there, because everything has been amalgamated under the Sugar Museum.
Member for Princestown.
Minister, going back to line item 33, establishment of the Ramlila site in Felicity. I know that the Ramlila Festival in Felicity is one of the oldest in all of Trinidad and Tobago. And in keeping with the establishment of this site, I know a lot of work, preparatory work, had gone into it with respect to partnering with the Ramlila committee in Felicity. Seeing that we are in the period of Ramlila, has the ministry provided any sort of allocation to the Ramlila committee in Felicity during this period? And if so, if you can indicate how much was granted to them?
Minister.
Deputy Chairman, I fail to see how that gels with the establishment of the Ramlila site. However, yes.
Well, they have no site.
As is customary, the ministry continues to support Ramlila and will be providing funding for the groups that have applied, yes.
Madam Minister, are you aware that Ramlila is now completed?
Yes, I am.
So you are actually admitting that Ramlila has come and Ramlila has gone, and they have received no funding.
Member for Princestown.
Member, you may not be okra. Could I just say and put on the record that the allocation of funding depends on the time of application, and therefore it is a wrong thing to say that Ramlila has come and gone and no funding has been allocated when you do not have with you the facts about when the groups had applied.
Well, Madam Minister, I'm giving you the opportunity to indicate to us what are the facts.
I'm giving you the opportunity to know that the Ramlila, as is customary, will be attended to.
But as of today, there has been no allocation. This is the question.
What is the question?
Has there been any allocation up to today, because Ramlila is now complete?
There's been an application, there's been approval of funds, and the funds will be disbursed as soon as they are released.
So there has been no allocation for Ramlila 2016.
The Minister has answered already. We'll proceed. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 174. Infrastructure Development Fund. Members, pay attention, please. I'm not going back.
I had a lovely time at Dow Village last night.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 331, item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 331 and 332. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services, page 333. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $431,565,700 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $431,565,700 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Permanent Secretary and other senior executives of the ministry. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, 90 million and $70,900. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Welcome.
I will not take 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us in here, having contested elections at least once, would have some idea of the duties and responsibilities of the Election and Boundaries Commission. If you look in the estimates, you will see increases in the allocation over last year. Reason being, we have 2 elections in 2017. We have a local government election and we have a Tobago House of Assembly election. So, by and large, the fact that we have those 2 elections in fiscal 2017, as opposed to no election in 2016, is responsible for the increases in allocations. And having said that, I hope there will now be no questions.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $90,070,900 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $90,070,900 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 40, item 001, General Administration, page 40. Item 002, Election Expenses, page 40. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 41. Item 001, General Administration, pages 41 and 42. Item 002, Election Expenses, page 42. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 43. Item 001, General Administration, page 43. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidation Fund, page 13. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services, page 13. Member for Shogunas East.
Yeah. Just a quick one. The upgrading of the electronic voter registration. What's the status of it? Oh, do you want me to go back there again? Page 13.
Page 13, item 005.
Yeah. I just want to get an update of it.
That is a continuous program. You have to continuously update the database, the registration system, the election management system. It's fine. No problems. Everything good.
Carney Central, member.
In the upgrading of the voter registration system, does it address the question of, how does it address the question of people who have died? That's the first question I'd like
just
to...
a minute, member, just excuse me. Minister Chairman, Member Bakuwa South is carrying on some kind of commentary down there. What's going on?
I didn't think it was affecting me on this
Yeah,
side.
it's affecting me because I'm trying to listen to Caroni Central because I'm sure his question is important and I can't hear over that noise from down there.
Okay, members, let's hear the member for Caroni Central.
Going again.
Member for Urupuch. Member for Couva South, please. Caroni Central, you have the floor.
Repeat.
The question I'm asking is that how is the issue of people who have died and need to be removed from the list addressed? And the reason I'm asking that is not because it seems to me that there's some difficulty of determining when somebody has in fact died from the list while you are doing the system. Yeah.
Okay, I'm advised by the Chief Election Officer that the Election and Boundaries Commission receives a report from the Registrar General's Office, Registrar of Births and Deaths, every month. Every month? Yes, and they use that to update the system, but as a precaution, they do field checks to ensure that the information is accurate. In addition, I'm told that on a weekly basis, they approach the Registrar of Births and Deaths in the district offices to update their records. So it seems to be quite a systematic and well thought out, well functioning program.
And this is institutionalized.
Yeah. And I might say from my own personal experience, I've noticed it has improved a lot in recent years. I've seen people who have died and within a month or two they're coming off the system. Okay?
Okay, could I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Which is that in the case where people on the list have either migrated or have gone abroad for a long period of time, how is that issue addressed in the list? Because there is no responsibility or obligation on the part of someone who has migrated, who has gone abroad, to indicate to the Election and Boundaries Commission that they are no longer here.
Okay, now that's a complex question, and it doesn't exactly tie into this. However, I happen to know that when you do a national house-to-house survey, you clean the list comprehensively with respect to that matter. But the EBC is doing its field checks from time to time, all the time, to deal with those issues. Okay? But there's no comprehensive cleaning unless there's a national house-to-house survey. There hasn't been one for some time. It is something I, in fact, discussed with... I had discussed it with them last year, actually, and I'm now being told they propose to do it next year. It hasn't been done for some time, but this will be a national house-to-house to remove, persons who have left, persons who have moved, persons who have died, whatever, from the list. Okay?
When do you expect it to start and to complete? If it's possible, you can answer that.
Next fiscal year. It will be in the next fiscal year. So that would start from October of 17.
Can I ask, on the same election management system, when a constituency becomes overpopulated or underpopulated, what is the reference point that you make to bring in another area into that constituency, whether you bring it from a particular point A or a particular point B? Is any reference or criteria?
Honorable member.
Yes.
Right. As opposed to honorable gentleman. You
said gentleman.
Really stretching it now. This line item only deals with the voter registration. This is dealing with the data that is put into the system, not with the functioning of the Representation of the People's Act. It's really stretching it to get into that.
Well,
on this line item. On this line item. Okay?
Well, you see, it's election management system,
Well, yes, but you're really stretching it.
It's the management of the system of collecting the data and distributing the data.
As you know, from time to time, the Commission will look at the population of Trinidad and Tobago, will look at the movement and shifts of population and the growth of population centers, and from time to time, the population in its own wisdom will make a decision to redesign constituencies, recommend an increase in the number of constituencies, and that will come to this Parliament. as you very well know, for
Yeah.
debate and approval by this Parliament.
Yeah, well, we discuss it when that happens.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So you're
right,
really
okay.
stretching it to
No,
ask for it
but-
under this item.
But you know the real. You know why I asked it.
Consolidated Fund.
I don't, actually.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 274, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $90,070,900 for Head 08 Election and Boundaries Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $90,070,900 for Head 08 Elections and Boundaries Commission now stands part of the schedule. I wish to thank the members of the EDC and the Honorable Minister. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, $80,829,371. I will now invite the Minister of Tourism to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, for the sake of clarity, I just want to set out the mandate for the state agencies directly involved in our local tourism sector. The Ministry of Tourism is responsible for tourism policy development, public awareness, encouraging growth of the tourism sector, promoting stakeholder participation, and monitoring trends in the tourism industry. Established in 2005, the Tourism Development Company, also known as the TDC, is the implementation arm of the ministry, a special purpose state company mandated to market our destination, develop our tourist products, and to grow the sector. Tourism development in Tobago is the responsibility of the Division of Tourism and Transport of the Tobago House of Assembly, just like education, agriculture, works, and all the other Schedule 5 matters. Tourism development in Tobago falls under the remit of the THA. The THA is responsible for the formulation of specific policy and plans for the Tobago tourism sector, marketing activities, product development, tourist market research, and the provision of tourism information services as they relate to the island of Tobago.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $80,829,371 for Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $80,829,371 for Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 267. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 267, item 001, General Administration, page 267, Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 8, vacant posts. There's an allocation of 500,000, an increase. Can the Minister give some clarification with respect to this? Well, as you're well aware, Member for Couva North, vacant posts in the ministry are filled by the DPA, and they are working diligently to do so.
Subhead, Member for Tabakit.
Can you give us an indication, Madam Chair, what cabinet-appointed committees you have now that are receiving $50,000, and what cabinet committees are receiving $50,000?
Sub-item 14.
14, yes.
Sub-item 14, member for Tabaquite, that's the Tourism Standing Committee for Sustainable Development of Tourism in Trinidad.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services at page 268. Item 001, General Administration, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 16, contract employment. We are seeing a decrease by 1.5 million. Can the minister state how many persons are on contract at the ministry at this time, and also give a clarification with respect to the decrease in funding?
Okay, as it relates to contract employment,
yeah,
we have 51 people on contract at the ministry, 51 contract positions.
Okay, and the decrease of 1.5 million, can you give some clarification with respect to that if you can? And positions, if you do have that information.
Okay, we are working on increasing the efficiency of the ministry, and as you know, the tourism development company is also under remit, and what we have found is some duplication of positions and so on, so that will be treated with.
Member for Couva South.
I just wondered, and probably I was a bit distracted, Madam Chair, but this 1.5 million decrease, how many people have lost their jobs at the Ministry of Tourism?
Member, you're at item 16.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody has lost their jobs at the Ministry of Tourism, to my knowledge, Madam Chairman.
Member for Caroni East.
To item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing. You had estimated in 2016 49 million approximately, but your revised estimate showed that you did not spend. This is your revised, at least 20 million of that, and you budgeted now 19 million. Could you give an idea as to your rationale for the reduction in the promotions, since tourism really revolves around a strong marketing strategy?
Okay, thank you, member. As you're well aware, and as the finance minister would have stated earlier, I did not cut an allocation. The Ministry of Finance did so. However, we are in the process, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and even more specifically the Ministry of Tourism, of making our of doing our marketing in a more transparent and accountable and efficient and effective way. So obviously some of the spending and the wastage and the mismanagement that would have happened before due to an improper or not a robust, a policy that was not robust, that would be cut out, and that has been cut out. Obviously we are not able to spend $22 million on CPL like we would have done within the past 5 years. The kind of travel and the trips and the gigs overseas that used to happen before cannot happen anymore. The double dipping in getting funding from sports, then go to culture, then go to other ministries for the same event, that obviously cannot happen anymore, and we have to be more robust and more focused as to what we are doing. And there's also an increased focus on overseas, on online aggressive online marketing, and a reduction in the amount spent on overseas travel. We are making better use of our overseas marketing representatives. As a matter of fact, we are in the process right now of reviewing the overseas marketing reps to make it more effective, more efficient, and to cut out waste and mismanagement, and to give the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago value for money.
What would be your main focus in your, what would be, let's say, what would be your main target or focus in your publicity and promotion?
To not try. Oh, you know, that is true. We obviously cannot be using money under this number 62 vote for spending on elections advertising or for programs and projects that are in no way related to bringing tourists to Trinidad and Tobago. We have to have a more focused policy and a more focused way of doing
I heard you,
things.
but in your quest to remain focused, what are you focusing on?
If I may assist.
No, I don't need. I don't even need assistance because I would have said what I had said.
Members.
Very, very, very clearly.
Member for Couva South. Please, we don't want to be distracted. Member for Tabakeet.
No, I was trying to get the answer, but I didn't get the answer. Where's your main?
Member for Tabakeet.
What impact has the cut on promotions and publicity in particular has on the rate of occupancy both in Trinidad and Tobago? And what are the separate rates of occupancy for 2016 thus far in Tobago and the rate of occupancy in Trinidad given these cuts that have taken place?
Well, publicity and publications for the year that we have not entered properly yet wouldn't have had an impact on the figures past, because what we're discussing here is the figures and going forward. Anyway, I'll give you the occupancy rates for Trinidad and Tobago. Current figures show right now for Trinidad an average of 60%, like it has been for the past 3 years, and the same for Tobago has been around 41%. For the months January through June in Tobago was showing about 38.75%.
How much of that 38.75% is due to local tourism traffic from Trinidad to Tobago? And what is the real occupancy rate if you take foreign tourists coming into Tobago? If you separate local tourism, domestic tourism, Trinidadians going to Tobago hotels from foreigners arriving in Tobago, without the Trinidad element, what would have been the occupancy rate with foreign exchange earning tourists to Tobago?
Remember what item?
Same item 62. The impact of
Member for Couva South, we don't all want to be distracted. No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing your deep baritone. Member for Tabakeet,
Yes,
under
ma'am.
what item are we?
I was following up my questions on the impact of 62, promotions and publicity in particular and printing upon hotel occupancy.
Right.
And I'm trying to establish that you're spending this money. How much of the tourists really are coming from overseas? Because one of the objectives of the government is to earn foreign exchange compared to just the tourists going from Tobago to Trinidad to Tobago.
Okay, so you want to know the impact on this vote
Yes.
on foreign
tourists. Yes.
Member for Caroni Central, no, East, I'm also being distracted at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chairman, publicity, promotions, and printing, advertising the destination is very critical to the tourism destination. We are responsible for advertising and marketing the destination, and we assist stakeholders also in doing so. Stakeholders themselves, business owners, just like any other business, are also responsible for marketing their places of establishment. The member asked about domestic tourism. We executed the State Getaway campaign for this July-August period, and that had not been done since the year 2011. And it was a very successful campaign. What I can tell you is domestically, trips for households between Trinidad and Tobago, based on our last survey in 2015, said over 152,000 households would have made domestic trips between Trinidad and Tobago for staycation or vacation at home purposes. So yes, we assist with doing the local, with assisting the stakeholders to market their properties and also market the destination.
Caroni Central.
But I still get how much foreign
Member
tourists
for
came to
Caroni
Tobago.
Central.
Yeah.
Because it's very low.
It's a simple question, really. How many tourists came to this country? Let's say, how many tourists do you anticipate will come to this country in the year 2016? And as you do look at your next fiscal year, what is your target?
Member, could you relate it to some item?
Well, it's
under
related to the same
consideration?
62, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting link, but Madam Chairman, we have an average of roughly 420,000 visitors per year. And so far, based on the figures that have been coming in, it looks like we are going to be roughly around 420,000 for this year, 2016.
What
We have been doing...
are you upping the target for next year?
Of course, we anticipate, or based on our research and the work that we have been doing with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, we are looking, they would have recommended or forecasted 2% increase per year. Based on the different consultations with the stakeholders from the standing committee would have and the ministry would have consulted with stakeholders, and they have set a target of 500,000. Now, we haven't seen 500,000 air arrivals since about 2006, 2007, after the economic downturn in 2008, and then compounded by in 2008, we have not seen 500,000 since. So, of course, we are hoping and working on reaching the 500,000 mark as we go forward, and hopefully as we invest more and get stakeholders on board, because we are somewhat playing catch-up when you compare where we are in our development to the rest of the region. But we have much to build on, and we're working diligently on that.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, the figure you had quoted indicated how many visitors we've had for the year. Are those first-time visitors, repeat visitors, local, in terms of family? How have you been able to differentiate it at all?
You're speaking about international visitors or the domestic Stay Together Away campaign?
Was it international that you had mentioned just now? When
I mentioned the over 420, that's international arrivals, and I don't have the whether it's first timers or the second time they've visited. I don't have the figures off the top of my head, but I could commit to providing that information to you in writing. However, I want to raise that in the past, this country has not done a good job on collecting the records and doing the necessary research. You have ministry calling CSO for figures and CSO calling ministry for figures, or we're depending on CTO. So I know the work that is being done in the Ministry of Planning and also at the TDC to improve our research capabilities would go a long way. But you would be surprised. Some of the simple data that's needed to plan the necessary policy and to make proper strategies, it's difficult to come by, and we need to get to a place of building our programs based on findings rather than feelings.
I do agree with you, Minister, that to make informed decisions, you must get the proper data. And I don't know if you will consider, it's a question, under the previous government, we had actually liaised directly with the Ministry of National Security, so immigration, we got our figures, so we're a little bit more on target, if you would consider, probably. If the minister would consider.
Of course, we would consider. We already work very closely with immigration and CSO and all the other entities that are collecting data. At this point, we have also embarked on a very robust data collection campaign. We are now working on the baseline survey, and we have at least about 6 other scientific research projects going on to keep us up to date with our information.
These scientific research, is it in working in tandem with the CSO and whatever?
Yes, definitely. As I would have said earlier, we're working in tandem with the CSO, and that information is also being provided to the standing committee, which consists of other stakeholders, and provided also to the stakeholder forum. So all the key players could be on one page.
Independent bodies that you're working with?
Independent bodies, no. You have
the scientific data. Who's providing the scientific data?
The Tourism Development Company.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 270, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, page 270, item 001, regional bodies, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, 001 regional bodies, there's a sharp decrease by about 6.7 million. Minister, can you clarify that, please?
If you turn to the following page and see how it's broken down, these are subventions to the different regional bodies of which we are a part, and there are subventions, for instance, for Napa. As you know, Napa is no longer under the Ministry of Tourism, so we don't have to deal with Napa, make subventions for Napa anymore.
Minister, before you go on, are there any other institution or organizations that have been removed from the Ministry of Tourism to any other ministry?
Since I have assumed duties as Minister of Tourism, there are no entities that were under my remit on September 11th last year that have been moved. So the same entities that were under my remit on September 11th when I assumed duties as Minister, they are still under my remit.
Item 003, United Nations Organization, page 271. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, page 271. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, through you, Chair. 02, Tourism Development Company, there's a decrease by 7 million. Minister, can you clarify?
Okay, we would have done a review on the Tourism Development Company, and we are currently doing an HR review. Now, there are some positions that I am sure would not be required as we move forward. There are some positions where in the formative stage of the company would have been relevant that are no longer relevant.
Okay. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We enter a new book, subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 111. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, page 111. Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Madam Minister, 028, Establishment of Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Regulatory and Licensing Authority. It's a new project. Could you care to explain what is this?
Madam Chair, through you. What page are we on again?
Page 111.
Page 111. Okay, the establishment of the regulatory authority. Madam Chairman and members, as you're well aware, standards and maintaining a proper quality in the tourism sector is very important. And we have right now a voluntary program called TTIC that where investigations and certification is done. Now, we are the only country that claims to be serious about tourism that where standards is voluntary, and we want to make this compulsory. Or interactions with the stakeholders would have said the same. And if we are going to say we are 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 or 5 stars, we have to ensure that we meet the very basic standards. And this also helps to improve service quality so that tourism service providers are up to standard. For instance, just like in the UK, the taxi cab drivers have to constantly take different training programs and remain certified to speak to the quality of the service that they're providing. Even the quality of the room stock ought to be properly regulated by certification and ensuring that we have the necessary standards so that we are on par and on course with the rest of the region and our competitors.
So, Minister, this 500,000, exactly what is going to be established in this fiscal year with that 500,000?
Well, of course, the different consultations and the background work with TTBS, that is the Bureau of Standards, that helps the TDC right now to establish the TTIC certification, along with engaging the different stakeholders and doing the necessary background work, doing research and interacting with the other stakeholders in the region that are versed in doing this, so that we could establish one for ourselves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 019, tourism sites and attraction upgrade. Have you considered, or is the Bat Cave as well as the Fishing Pond Boardwalk, would it be a part of the tourism sites and attraction upgrade?
Thank you, member. The TDC is conducting a site audit, and the projects would be prioritized based on the available resources, readiness, and the scope for development. As we interact with the different stakeholders, for instance, regional corporations, private and public stakeholders, in every nook and cranny, everybody finds a different area, a site and attraction that TDC needs to attend to. So we have embarked upon a site audit to see which ones are most ready to be worked on and how we're going to go about working on them. Some of them require serious and deep interaction and consultation with the regional corporations and community groups to ensure that our development is done in sync, and that everybody is on board in bringing forth the necessary development or the sites and attraction to a standard and a quality that's comfortable for not just tourists, but the locals that own the product.
Is 0279027 the baseline survey that you refer to?
You're going back to baseline survey?
No, I'm talking about what you just spoke about in terms of
No, that's a site audit, not a baseline survey.
Okay.
The baseline survey, we interact with visitors and the different businesses on the expenditure and so on. But the site audit, you go out to the different sites, see what's lacking, see what's broken, what needs to be fixed, what improvements need to be done.
Central.
I'm 013 to 28, which relate to the approach to economic development of the tourism industry here. And I'm not seeing anything that speaks to the issue of sustainability. And I just want to know how you are going to build that into your strategy for tourism to create a sustainable tourism industry.
Which line item are you speaking about, member?
Are we on 111?
Yeah.
And under 13 is lifeguards, I know that is not in it. But from 19 to 28, those represent things that you are going to do in terms of your approach, your strategy.
Mm-hmm. What's the question, please, member?
The question is how are you going to build sustainability into your tourism strategy, given all the things that your government has been saying about the fact that you want to move towards sustainable development and so on, and tourism would be part of that. Mm-hmm. I'm just asking, and it's not a trick question, I'm just asking you. Yeah.
Okay, madam, I'll try to answer his question in the most appropriate way. I'm not even sure if he's sure what he wants to ask, but I'll answer in the best way.
Very sure.
All right,
Make
members,
no such
members, please. Member for Caroni Central. Maybe if you could ask the question in yes, and then maybe based on the little snippets of answers, then the bigger picture may evolve. I know it's late and everybody's tired, so we have to bear with each other.
Yeah, I'm bearing.
No, I said we have to bear with each other.
I won't tolerate insolence. You know?
There's need for reciprocity.
But he said he doesn't tolerate what?
Yes.
Always reasonable, ma'am. You know
I'm not
that.
accusing you of anything. I'm saying we.
I asked a simple question. Are you proceeding on a track of sustainable tourism, yes or no? And if you are, what are the elements of sustainability in your strategy?
No need to shout, member. I hear very clearly. Madam Chairman, through you, I will go through each item because he called it in a group. So he went from 011 to 28.
Minister, please just answer.
Okay, I'll answer each one.
Yes, I think we
Sites
now
and
understand.
attraction. Sites and attraction is we are engaging the different communities to develop the different sites and attractions. For instance, most of these attractions would have deteriorated over the years, so you're ensuring that the areas are kept up to standard. For instance, Manzanilla Beach, Vesini, and these different areas. I'm going on now to the cruise tourism initiative. For the year 2015, we would have had over 50% increase in cruise tourism, and not just that, over 50% increase in the amount of money spent by cruise passengers that would have come to Trinidad and Tobago. This year we welcome 100,791 cruise passengers, and that's 30-something thousand in Trinidad and 70-something thousand in Tobago. But what is interesting about that is that 85% of the people on board came off in Trinidad and Tobago, and they were able to experience the different sites and attractions. The TDC would have made different packages to take them out into the communities, to go to a panyard, so that they could support other businesses to increase the multiplier effect of tourism. Now, the tourism baseline survey, I would have explained what the baseline survey is before, and that is dealing with research so that we can make more informed policy if that is not sustainable. Now, Madam Chairman, through you again, I would have just explained what the establishment of the regulatory authority. We would have had a tourism industry here for quite some time that is unregulated. We are one of the only, if not the only, tourism destination in the Caribbean that does not have compulsory regulation and compulsory licensing for the tourism sector. So that goes a long way for sustainability and maintaining the standards. When you go out to the international trade shows and you speak to our international counterparts and partners, they complain about the standards of all products here in Trinidad and Tobago, from hotel to services provided. And if you go over to the other areas that speak to sustainability, but we are not on those line items yet. So when we get there, if you call them, I would ask, or if you want all of them right now, I can give it to you as you like.
Okay.
I'm not satisfied with the answer, but I give her the benefit of the doubt until she comes to another line.
All right, thank you. Member for Caroni East.
Easier question rather than sustainable development, which is line item 019. Where are we in terms of the Maracas Beach tourism initiative in terms of the facility itself? And what is causing the flooding there now?
Member, can I ask you to hold that question till we reach there?
Till what?
Okay, we're still in item 003. May I ask you to hold your
Sure, all right.
question? All right, anybody else on 003? Okay, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 112 to 113, and I call on member for Caroni East.
Yes, go on line item 019, the Maracas Beach tourism initiative, where we with the improvement of the Maracas Beach facility to ensure that your tourism, the tourism be a success there. And in the event of the latest episode of flooding, what comments you have to make on that in terms of
Madam Chair, I think the member might be jumping the gun a little bit because the project of which he speaks is under IDF. So when we get to that, we speak that there are two different Maracas projects. This Maracas project that's listed here at 019 is a community initiative with the Maracas Fishing Village community, and we would have worked on the jetty and the gazebo, the parking lot in that area, and a walkover bridge. We've done some sewer treatment repair and some landscaping. You're talking about two different.
Okay, when we come to the
projects. So when you come to the
I'll
IDF,
ask you.
we'll deal with that.
Right. One more on 011, the incentive upgrade of hotel and guest house room stock of Trinidad. Are you able to give us an understanding of how many small hotels that you have been able to upgrade? And
Okay. The way the room upgrade program operates is properties that have rooms from 1 to 5, really, really small properties. They upgrade the room area, the kitchen area, gym area, different areas of the hotel, and they receive 25% in rebate, right? So they would submit their bills, as long as they meet the requirements and audits are done. And for those over 5, I think it's 6 to 150, you get a 20% rebate on rooms that you would have upgraded. So it's an incentive program to encourage the different stakeholders. Now for this fiscal year, or should I say prior to December, I think December 27th or somewhere there about last year, Tobago was not allowed to access this program, and now in this fiscal year for the first time Tobago is being able to access this program so that they can improve.
Well, I was looking for that under an item, but I didn't see it. Can you direct us?
That is 011 that you just called.
011 has only Trinidad, stock of Trinidad. I was looking for Tobago, but I'm not seeing it.
Then it should be Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's a
Okay.
typo then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line 023, Manzanilla Beach. Can you just expand a little bit on how it is you intend to proceed with the improvement project?
With the?
023.
The Manzanilla project, that's one of the projects that we would have recently visited, and work was done on car park refurbishment, upgrade of the restaurant, installation of seating, and we would have repaired all buildings there. As we proceed in fiscal 2017, we intend to do more upgrade work on the infrastructure. There's some significant issues dealing with the parking, and we're going to do sewer improvement of the sewer treatment plant.
Just to confirm, you have started already with the upgrade works?
Yes.
And you have completed the restaurant, you have completed the part of the car park, seating. No, I just wanted to confirm. I just,
Remember, that is what the minister said. Do you have another question? Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 043, upgrades of sites and attractions. You have the 2017 estimate at 2 million. Do you have a listing of these sites and attractions where work will be undertaken for upgrades? Or can you give us an undertaking to give us that, if possible?
Well, as I said before, as it relates to sites and attraction, we prioritize based on the readiness of the site. And one thing that plays a major role in upgrade of sites and attraction is the cooperation of the community. So we may set out right now, we're going to Couva North and we're going to upgrade a specific item. But then you may run into an altercation on issue with the regional corporation or whoever owns the site, or the communities may have an issue. So this vote allows you some flexibility, but the TDC, along with the Ministry of Tourism, gets together with the community organization. We do site audits, and as it relates to readiness, the availability of resources, and especially community buy-in, That's how it's done.
Infrastructure development. Member for Shigona, please.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you indicated your desire to have international standards. And with respect to item 031, the certification of tourism program operators, through whom is this program conducted and the certification awarded?
What line item? I think.
031, page 112. Aren't we there?
Page
Yes.
112.
That's where we are.
031.
Okay, 031.
Yeah.
031 is TTIC.
Yeah.
It's the maintenance of standards for tourism operators, and it goes from taxi drivers to other service providers to even the different rooms. We work in collaboration with the Bureau of Standards that set the standards, and the TDC works along with the stakeholders.
Yeah, who do the training?
TTBS.
TTBS.
Yes.
And therefore they award the certification?
No, the TTBS work in collaboration with the TDC.
So who awards
So they go out together and they do the different inspections. And if you go to some hotels, you would see the certificate hung up on the wall, but it's voluntary. So the last time an extensive inspection and certification was done was in 2012, 2013, and then it went in limbo.
I'm getting somewhere to help you. I'm just asking, who is the awarding body?
The TDC in collaboration with TTBS.
Okay. May I suggest that you consider, because you're looking at international standards, and I'll ask the question, maybe you'll want to consider looking at what the Accreditation Council does, since it is international reciprocity of qualification.
Right. As we move forward to strengthen our capacity in developing and maintaining standards, we are moving towards the regulatory authority, and where it's no longer going to be voluntary, it's going to be compulsory, and I'm sure all the stakeholders, private and public, that has something to offer, we're going to collaborate and consult with them to make sure that we give Trinidad and Tobago the best that there is to offer.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 303, same book, item 004, social infrastructure, page 303.
Okay.
Member for Caroni East.
The minister had referred us to the IDF for the Maracas Beach facility. There is no allocation here for 2017 for the Maracas Beach facility. 30 million was estimated in 2016, and the revised estimate showed none was paid or none was spent. And then in 2017, there is no money allocated for that Maracas Beach facility. Has the government changed this thinking on the upgrade of the Maracas Beach facility?
Member, if you pay attention to the report before us, if you look 2 lines down, you'll see 010, Maracas Beach Facility Improvement Project.
So you have shifted the allocation from Maracas Beach Facility Restoration and Redesign to an improvement project.
Matter of fact, I think that was actually renamed MBFIP under your government, but this is where the allocation is. So whether you want to call it Maracas Beach Facility or Maracas Facility Improvement Project, the allocation is at 010 in the amount of $51 million.
Okay. Could you give us an understanding of why the 30 million that was estimated to be spent in 2016, nothing had been done with that to help with the further improvement?
As you are well aware, the previous contract was stopped, and we are now working in collaboration with other state agencies and ministries to work on this project. We are working with NIDCO, and PURE to move forward with this project.
My understanding is that a contract was awarded already.
What's your question?
The question, what has happened to that contract that was awarded and no money has been paid as far as that? And I know work that has been done. And why?
Member, I would prefer if you check your facts, because my knowledge of a contract has not been awarded for Maracas project. Work that would have been done on Maracas would have been work over the remedial work to deal with some drainage problems that were occurring somewhere around June, July, and some refurbishment, some remedial work to the sewer treatment plant also. But the award for moving on with the contract has not been issued as yet, and NIDCO is handling and managing that project.
So if work was awarded for the drainage, etc., why is Maracas flooding if that work was completed?
Since I was a baby and even Adam was a baby, Maracas had been flooding like that. When the last contractor came off and we went on to Maracas, a sluice gate, as they call it, was removed or destroyed, and that would have compounded the flooding situation. So it's based on rain and some natural stuff that happens at Maracas, even in your time, even before your time, since 2000, 2002. And as I said before, the project has been redesigned, so much of the changes made to the road, the way the road is going to be built, and the drainage designs, all of that would be done in order to alleviate the flooding problems and some of the major issues that would have been experienced up at the Maracas site.
Okay.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $80,829,371 for head 35, Ministry of Tourism, stand part of the schedule. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $80,829,371 for head 35, Ministry of Tourism now stands part of the schedule. Madam Minister, Madam PS, and the other technocrats, thank you very much. You all are relieved. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. We're now going to page 55 of the recurrent expenditure book. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister.
Where's the Prime Minister?
$227,913,000.
The Prime Minister, Madam Chair.
Stuart, you are now the new Prime Minister.
Members, let's please exercise a bit of discipline at this hour for us to get on with the business of the people. Members,
Okay.
I will now invite the
Minister.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as all in this chamber are aware, the Office of the Prime Minister is the office that provides the administrative support for the Prime Minister, who is the head of the executive and in charge of the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. In the current administration, the Honourable Prime Minister is Dr. Keith Rowley, and he is ably assisted in dealing with specific parts of the portfolio falling under the Office of the Prime Minister by the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister Webster Roy, and by myself. The Office of the Prime Minister is ably assisted by the Head of the Public Service, Permanent Secretary Sandra Jones, and we're here at this late hour to do what needs to be done.
Madam Chair, for the last 23 heads, we had the relevant minister responsible. And this is a head for the Prime Minister. Is he in the jurisdiction? Why are we not having the Prime Minister here?
Caroni is, as I understand it, this is the Office of the Prime Minister. As I understand it, there are other ministers in the Office of the Prime Minister. Are you saying that you don't want to examine? They said it is totally up to the leader of the opposition, and I guess you all represent her, whether or not you all want to proceed with this today.
We will proceed.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $227,913,000 for head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $227,913,000 $913,000 for Head 13. The Office of the Prime Minister is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 55. Item 001, general administration, page 55. Item 002, Gender Affairs Division, page 55, member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, 01, I see a relatively small salary. Can you tell me how many persons are currently employed in the Gender Affairs Division? Thanks.
Under the Gender Affairs Division, we currently have, how many persons?
No, this is overall. How many we have in the office?
In terms of bodies at Office of the Prime Minister, we have
224 right.
24 posts made up of 179 bodies and 45 posts without bodies.
Bodies?
In terms of the Office of the Prime Minister, the complement, we have 179 with bodies and 45 without bodies.
All right, so you're speaking in general as opposed to the
Yes.
Gender Affairs.
Member for Caroni East.
Number 16, contract employment. Could you give us an understanding of how many contract
Member?
officers?
That's on the following
Are we
page.
still on page 002,
Oh, right,
Gender
okay.
Affairs Division?
We could go ahead.
Yeah, well, want to speed it up.
Okay, so subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 56. Item 001, General Administration,
Yeah.
Caroni East.
Yes, line item 16, contract employment. Could we get an appreciation of the amount of contract officers within the Office of the Prime Minister?
Yes, you can. 183. We have 80 positions vacant, which leaves you with 103 that are filled.
These 80 positions without incumbents?
Correct.
Okay. And you can give us a little appreciation of the various type of personnel within the contract employment, if you can?
Well, I mean, as you would appreciate, having been there and interacting with the Office of the Prime Minister not so long ago, it's a very wide ambit. You would have persons in the media side helping with communications, persons driving policy, you'd have persons in the Cabinet Secretariat, you'd have the administrative side of staff. As it currently is, we have the persons dealing with the Children's Authority and the Gender Affairs, etc.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that. Item 31, Madam Chairman, if I can ask, expenses of Prime Minister's establishment. Could you just...
For which one, sorry?
31. And while I'm at it, I'll ask you on 43, security services. Expenses of Prime Minister's establishment. What? I don't fully grasp what that means.
What's the question you asked?
What is the question?
Could you give us an understanding and appreciation of what you mean by the Prime Minister's establishment?
Okay, member, that's for the cost of goods and services at the residence, and it's currently being managed by the Office of the Prime Minister in collaboration with Udica to ensure value for money.
Goods and services?
At the residence, yes.
So as you would see a decrease from 21 million in 2015 when the current Prime Minister wasn't there, and we're now down to managing it, and the Prime Minister is currently residing at the residence for $9 million.
Okay. Security services? It has remained the same?
The security services would have been the security unit set up to provide security at the diplomatic center, at the residence, and at the office of the Prime Minister.
Well, could you give us an appreciation of what is happening with the security services? Because our understanding is that some people were removed from the position, no longer were functioning in that position, and new people came in.
Yes, I can. The Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago took a decision to return the security arrangements for the residence, the diplomatic center, and the office of the Prime Minister to the law enforcement agencies of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force and the TTPS, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So as a result of that, in returning the security arrangements for those establishments and the Prime Minister to the bodies that were set up originally to offer that protection at the expense of the state, it has meant a retrenchment in accordance with good industrial relations practice of the security services. That is a process and a procedure that is taking place over time to ensure there's a very smooth transition from the private security services before to the TTDF and the TTPS.
Thank you. But in the midst of that, I got an understanding from the Honorable Prime Minister, the last statement here, that he didn't seem to have confidence in even the system within now, where you have people from within the TTPS and the government establishment. He doesn't seem to have the confidence. And you would
Is that
remember
question related to the security services and the figure we're examining here?
Yes, in view of the Prime Minister's no confidence or less confidence in the present state, is there anything that
The Prime Minister and the Cabinet continue to have the fullest confidence in the TTDF and the TTPS to perform their roles professionally.
I didn't gather that from the Prime Minister's statement
Member
recently.
for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. With respect to 28 other contracted services, could the Minister elaborate under 43 security services? The Minister just, in response to my colleague Karen East, indicated that with respect to the security unit, that there would be a number of workers or officers who were attached would be retrenched, they would lose their jobs, and I've not seen an allocation really where he said that good industrial practices would be observed, and how much allocation has been made to deal with the whole question of severance payment and so on.
To answer, no, I think he's jumping to 43 as well.
28 and 43.
It's okay, ma'am. At this late hour, I will try to assist Couva South. So under item 28, contracted services, as you would have observed under the tenure of the now leader of the opposition, then Prime Minister, it was at $21 million. We have now reduced it to $5 million for the next fiscal year. And this is really for contingencies, and this is for services that may be needed over the space of a fiscal year to assist in the administration and the proper running of any element of the office of the Prime Minister. With respect to the security services, I'm a little confused as to what exactly it is you would expect to see under the line item. You're seeing here a budget of $11 million. What we are doing is we are dealing with it, with the parting of ways with the security services personnel in accordance with good industrial relations practice and in accordance with their contracts. That is something that is going on. So obviously the provision for any payments that would need to be made to them in accordance with the Industrial Relations Act and other practices would be made under this figure of $11 million. And what I'd like to add at that stage is we have the Minister of Labour and her ministry assisting in the provision of finding jobs for these persons in other establishments, and that has been going quite smoothly.
Employees of ArcelorMittal still.
I expect.
Ministry of the OPM and Gender Affairs. Item 002, Gender Affairs Division, page 57.
Chairman, I have a question still on item 27, on that page, same page, before going a little further. Official overseas travel. In 2015, it was 1.9 million approximately, and in 2016, the revised estimate is an increase of almost 100% to $3.8 million. Could you give us an appreciation of the rise in expenditure in the Office of the Prime Minister in official overseas travel, from 1.9 to 3.8 million?
The actual expenditure from the Office of the Prime Minister for 2016 was actually 2.4 million, so it's not 3.8, which is a revised estimate. And as you could see for 2017, it's based there at $1 million. And as you would know, and as the country knows, during the course of the last year, the Honorable Prime Minister did go on a number of official state visits, tying in some very back-to-back visits. There was one from the United States of America, Washington to New York to London to Ghana, back to London. Continuous meetings throughout, meetings in Jamaica and other places, in rebuilding the image of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly with CARICOM.
So in 2016 there was an increase, as you were saying now.
Well, 2016, the actual expenditure was 2.4 million, not 3.8.
Right, so an increase of about 0.5 million.
Yes, an increase of 500,000.
Thank you.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division, page 57. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 58. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 58. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households at page 59. Item 009, Other Transfers, page 59. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We're going on to the other book, subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 17. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 17. Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, can you indicate why 084 is itemized as a new project? 084 and 85? Is it that we don't have safe houses?
No, it's not.
We actually have safe houses. This is actually 2 new coming on stream, and it's the allocation to retrofit the buildings. We actually have 5 we can commission, but I can't disclose the location. Okay.
Item 005. You under 005?
004, ma'am.
004, Member for Princess.
Yes. Honorable Minister, with respect to line item that deals with the establishment of a national children's registry, can you give us some sort of idea of what progress you've been able to make with this? I know the Attorney General had spoken later last year with respect to this project. Can you give us an update in terms of what has happened since then to now with respect to having the Children's Authority and other organizations now under the Office of the Prime Minister collaborating? I'm sure that some sort of progress would have been made with respect to the National Children's Registry. If you would be able to shed some light, we'll be most grateful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member for Princestown, the actual design of the software package and so on is 90% complete. And we're actually, in terms of rolling out, 45% complete.
So it's being designed and populated as we speak.
Yeah.
Item.
Just a follow-up, Honorable Minister. As these works are ongoing, could you indicate or give us some sort of timeline in terms of when it will be completed and whether or not the public will have access to this registry?
That is a policy decision that will need to be taken at the appropriate stage.
Minister, can you indicate whether or not these discussions and consultations with respect to this particular issue is ongoing, or are you waiting to complete the registry and then?
I think as we get closer to the time of completion, we'll address it.
Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, items 097 and 098. How soon would the policies be completed or formulated?
These are works in progress. As you would see, the a decision has been taken to focus on these policies, and the minister can give us some further details as to where it's reached.
Is it being done also in-house, or is it being done by NGOs and so forth?
It's in-house, and we also have technical support from international agencies. So most of the actual foundation work has been completed. It's just to draft the documents. We would have had consulta0tions from under the last regime continuous, and now it's just to draft the documents and pull them together.
Okay.
005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 18. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 276. Item 004, social infrastructure, page 276. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 277. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $227,913,000 for head 13, the office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $227,913,000 for head 13, the office of Prime Minister, now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, PS and other technocrats from the office of the Prime Minister. You all are relieved. Honorable members, the Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Tuesday, 18th October 2016 at 10:30 a.m. I thank you all. Reach home safely. Have a good night.